Okay, good afternoon all. Hope everyone is well. Okay, so I'm a minute or so. The market is open. Yeah, okay. I was only about 30 seconds late. Okay, so hope everyone had a good day yesterday. One trade for me, so it was a good day yesterday, actually. That's kind of where I like to be. Now, we have got some news coming up at 2 o'clock UK time in about 30 minutes, pending home sales. But failing that, I didn't notice that. Let me just make a note. 1400. Okay. Excellent. I always have that on anyway, regardless of this Jan's app. I always tend to have both. So I did take one trade earlier. Now, I'm not sure exactly where I took it because I reloaded and it's completely different. But I think it was that there. It looked quite different. That looked more bullish. In fact, actually, tell a lie, it may be that one. But the bar had triggered and it came down. I took it here just to go. I think it was this. I can't remember now. It was a while ago. Just on that one account. So I'm still waiting on 3 $500 payments to kick in. So hopefully they'll happen in the next day or so. Big berry, that bull bar there's triggered and come straight down. So, okay, we'll keep an eye on this. Okay, Karina, good afternoon, good morning. Exponential, how you doing? S, how you doing? Daryl, good morning. Speedy, good morning. Brandon, how you doing? Okay. So, I finally got my monitors sorted out. I've got 3 of the damn things here at the moment. One's going to go back. I got my camera arm as well, so that enables me to not put it too close to my face. You don't want to see me close up, trust me. 30 seconds and I can drop a trade. I'm pretty sure I can't now. It's saying I can. Hold on, let me just drop it in.
Order submitted.
Why is that doing it? It's supposed to be... yeah, of course, 2 minutes, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 3 I'm not trading today. 3 I'm not trading because I'm waiting on payments. So
order canceled. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order submitted.
Excellent. Okay,
order canceled.
Doing what I'm supposed to do. Okay, we're coming down to overnight lows here. So I don't think there's necessarily a range there, but I'm going to put that there anyway, just for now. In fact, I'll tell you what I'll do. Let's just mark it overnight highs and overnight lows. I don't really need to be honest with you, because I've always got this little mark here. But just while it's early, just so I don't... It's obvious. So there you go. I was going to say something to you guys. I did put a little post on the Facebook group, but I want to reiterate what I said. I really do appreciate everyone who's been with me for the last 2 years, the last year, the last 6 months. Newer people who've been here maybe a week or 2. It's really helped my journey, having been able to share it with other people. You know, sometimes you have bad days, and when you're stuck in a room by yourself, it can be pretty miserable, and it does make it better having people around you. I'm also going to mention the financial aspect as well. I'm lucky because I've had people using my affiliates. It doesn't make me $20,000 a day like Patrick Whelan, but it does make me about $1,200 per month on average. So if it wasn't for that, I don't think I'd have been where I am now. There's a possibility I may have even walked away from it because it would have put such a financial stress on me. Because it is expensive to learn to trade. Well, it's certainly the way I did it. So I just wanted to say thanks again for all the support and the financial support using the codes for Apex. I know you don't have to use it. You can use anyone's code, but you know, people who have chose to use mine to help support me, thank you very much. It really has helped me. Thanks for being there for us. Well, I hopefully if we help each other and support each other, as I've said from day one, you guys can message me every time, and that's just not a line. You know, I know some of these YouTubers say, you know, I'll be happy to help and all this sort of stuff, and then they get a ton of mail. But I generally like talking about trading. Not only is it my job, it's my interest as well. So I'm happy to chat about it. And I know what it's like as a newer trader. You've got so many questions going around your head. And it's nice to have somebody that you can, you know, just jump onto a chat with and get the information that you need. Whiskey giveaway. I do a whiskey giveaway, but it's most of you whiskey drinkers are in the US. I don't know what it would cost. I don't know if is there import tax. I might do something like that just for a bit of fun, actually, and send it. I might do that for a bit of fun. I've never really done a giveaway. Purely and simply, I know people like a lot of the streamers, they do giveaways. And I know Kellyanne does giveaways, but she made $20,000 1 month from Fast Track Trading. So they do give stuff away, but they're making a fortune. I've been living on the breadline, basically, because, you know, the money I've had from the affiliates is more or less covered my cost. It's only really now I've sort of started making something, but I should do something, actually. It'd be nice to do something like that as a thank you. Trouble is, you can only really thank one people. I think the Scottish government's trying to avoid US house on whiskey. The thing is, you probably, in fact, to be honest with you, I know it's popular in the US. You guys probably spend more on whiskey than the whole of England, Ireland, Scotland and Wales do. In fact, I'll be shocked if you don't. But yeah, I'll think of something like that to do. I'll think of something like that. I'll tell you what I could do. I probably mentioned to you guys, about 12 months ago, I was going for a really stress area of trading. So I started watching this Japanese guy on YouTube making Oxford brogues, shoes, typical kind of English shoes. And he made them by hand, and he had this really quiet music and a little candle out on there, and I saw him hand crafting these. And I started watching this guy. I just found it fascinating. It's so relaxing that my wife said to me, why don't you start making stuff out of leather or have a go at, you know, a hobby or something? So she bought me a little, I've got a wallet in my pocket, I'll show you. Bought me a leather craft tools, and I make stuff out of leather. That is something that I've made. I don't know if you can see that. If you can see that close, I made that. It's made of Italian leather. I ordered it straight from Italy, and that little bit of material you can see in there is Harris tweed, and it's all cut and hand stitched. So smells stunning, but they're really nice, and I cut more by hand and stitch them and stuff. But it's just a bit of fun, but it's really relaxing. So I've made about 20 of these things just for a bit of fun, because there's nothing like sitting there. I know it sounds a bit girly, but when you're stitching leather and stuff, it's quite relaxing. It's not my typical type of hobby, really. You know, I've done bits of all sorts of stuff, scuba diving, skydive. I like something a little bit energetic and a bit daring, but this I find really relaxing. The side of the business, yeah. To be fair, I usually make them and give them away to anyone who has them, but I order the leather from Italy, so I've got a dozen other things. So that it might be an idea that if anyone wants a wallet, if anyone does want one of those, I'll happily send you them for free. It'd be nice to give something back. So if you want one, just message me and I'll send you one. I'll pay for the postage and that. And I might do something. We've only got one lady here that I know of, Karina, so I might do her something sort of separate. But if you want one, email me or message me. Just message me your address and I'll send you one. It's like a more of a card wallet than a full wide wallet, but I've got one card in the back. I've got me 3 cards here, a couple of credit cards there, but that's basically it. But they're really nice. These are going to last for donkey's years, these will, but it's, you know, it's all hand cut, hand stitch, Harris tweed there, but they smell lovely. But yeah, if you want one, private message me or email me and say, I'd like one. And then put your address and I'll send you one. Yeah, that's my way of giving something back, isn't it? So enough about me and my girly hobbies. I got to say, it is super relaxing. So if you're looking for a hobby because of the stress of trading, think about that. I can make those wallets for about £8. They're that cheap. I know a guy who sells them for 150 to people in the US. So, you know, it's a nice gift. Couple of hundred. Well, if I get a couple of hundred messages, I mean, there's only, 44 people in here. So there's only 44. Well, yeah, there's only 44 people watching. So let's not say another word about it that way. It's 44 at the most. But I don't mind, actually. If you've got to wait a month or so for them, I don't mind. It's my way of giving back. But if you've got a nice wallet anyway, then don't bother. But if you want one made out of nice handmade Italian full grain leather, then let me know. You're welcome, mate. I don't mind. I'm making them, and I've got about 8 downstairs just stacked up. I make them because every time I make one, I try and get it a little bit better. But it's super. There we go. The orders are coming in already. I would like one. How much are they? I'm not charging, bud. They're free. I won't charge you. They cost me about £8 to make, but I make them for fun and for an interest and a hobby. So I'm not going to charge anything. You guys have helped me, you know, so I'm happy. Rather than stacking them up downstairs in my little back room, I'd rather give them away. At least that way, it's my way of saying thanks, isn't it? You've had something personal and handmade done. And, you know, when I'm dead and buried, if I end up becoming rich and famous, then they may be worth something. You never know. But no, if you want one, genuinely, you think you'll use one, then just message me, put your full name and address, and I'll send you one. Happy to do that. Happy to do that. I'm not going to tell you they're not perfect. They are handmade, but they're not bad, actually. They're not bad. You won't moan about it. You won't complain about it, put it that way. But yeah, it's just a little thing I got into purely by accident, really. I was getting stressed. My wife said, you want a hobby? And I started watching this little Japanese guy. Mate, my phone's going ping, ping, ping now, but I know that's something different. US too far to ship? No, it's not at all. US, I reckon it cost me about £5 to ship. I don't mind paying that, but I'm happy to. If you want one, just put it down. Don't worry about where you are. I'll sort that out. It's my way of giving back. You know, you guys have helped me more or less work full time, so that's the least I could do. It's an interest for me. It's fun for me to make them, and if you guys get a bit of pleasure out of them as well, you know, happy days. Tommy, I should get a hobby also because I'm getting too stressed. I was picking up some luggage. But now I started watching this Japanese guy making handmade shoes, brogues. I just found it fascinating. Every little bit was super crafted, absolutely stunning. I'll think of something to make you, Karina, because these type of wallets are more for guys. So I'll make you something, maybe a nice leather whip or something like that. So, I don't know. I'll figure something out. Maybe a little purse or a long wallet or something like that. Tony, you'll have one. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, if you want one, guys, just message me, send me an address, and I'll send you one. Don't worry about the postage. I'll sort that out. It's my way of giving something back. If someone's going to use them and appreciate them, then I'm happy to do it. I don't do a lot of Spanish. I know little bits. I know all the usual stuff. Tiene la confirmación, all that sort of stuff. Do you have the confirmation of the reservation? All that stuff you're probably never going to use. So, news. When's this news coming up? Triple test. The thing is, it always worries me about whether that is a nice channel or whether this is a channel, in which case we could break out. I'm not super confident in this channel. Let me just have a look. See if Marco has got... I've only got about 6 downstairs, so it might take me a couple of weeks to make them, but don't worry about that. I'll send you one. Where's Dan's? Oh, okay. So I've just flicked back up and Dan's got that, which I think is about the same, isn't it? It looks the same. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, it is. He's got 2 going there. So maybe. Okay. That's more of a channel. So channel break. When's this news? 15 minutes. So we're good. Okay, channel break, new high. We've touched this. I'm not going to trust this first one. I'd wait for the lower high. Just in case. Because it could come down to the EMA and push up for a second leg higher. It's bouncing in the right place, but sometimes that can catch you out. So I want a lower high, really, just in case. See what I mean? Okay, there is a lower high there. There's something about this that's making me nervous. I call these down and across rather than a lower high. I've been trapped in these before. Now, it may work. I don't know if you guys ever remember me talking about that. Whenever we go down and across, sometimes it'll trigger you and stop you straight out. So I'm going a little bit cautious here. Fortunately, it hasn't triggered that. It may do. Well, we'll have to see here, but I've been caught out with these before. Let's see if it triggers. It has done. Now, I'm nervous straight away here. If I was in that trade, I'd be super nervous now. Down and across, I've mentioned that before. There you go. Just goes to show, see, when you get stuck in those, you notice them. And a couple of times I got caught like that and I put a name to them, just something that sticks in my head. I call them down and across. It is a lower high, but it goes down and straight across. Often that triggers, comes straight back up. But I guarantee there, people who've got that bigger channel will be taking that and they've just got trapped. When you've been caught out with those a few times, I think that was the better one. Which I think, Jan, how you doing, Jan? That was the second entry short, back to the EMA, but that one, been caught in those more times than I can care to imagine. I'm always cautious now, and rightly so. It did exactly what I expected. So that's one of the beauties of getting experience in reading charts, knowing when these little things can catch you out. And if you stay out of them, that'll save you a loss. Now, it still could have come down, but my experience of those, you've got to be super careful. So, what I'm thinking now is get rid of the large one, and I think there's a channel down there with a leg and a leg. I mean, if you've got that bigger channel, and let's face it, Dan's looking at it. Where is it? Where's that gone? Oh, there it is. Let's face it, Dan's looking at it. So it just goes to show, so if Dan's looking at that bigger channel, which is where the lower high is, I guarantee there'll be a few people that took that and got stuck. In fact, I wouldn't be shocked if Thomas Wade took that. That might be one of his type of trades. I bet there's going to be some in that. Let's have a look. Maybe not. Well, nothing as yet. I will skip it. Is not fully below the EMA. Okay. So he skipped that. He'd be looking for the failed second entry long, which we didn't get anyway. But there'll definitely be some traders. Yeah, see, Thomas Wade's looking at that as well. So Elis in the channel, the break, the new high, and the lower high. So I guarantee you there'll be some traders who got stuck there. No one's showing as yet, but there will be. That might be one. Yeah, it is one leg up, but it is a break and a new high. So generally, I would avoid that unless you were just riding it back to the EMA. Now, Jan takes a small amount. That's his type of trade. It works perfectly for smaller amounts. But then really you want a lower high or a failure. But that picture I have seen so many times and it stopped me out. So I always avoid it, and it saved me again. Okay, so Jan, you took that, and Marco took that. He goes for 6 ticks, and I think you probably do as well. So riding that back to the EMA is okay. Now, as you know, I go for 3 points. I skipped it. Didn't like the look of it. Yeah, I've seen that picture before so many times. And what happens if you take these trades? Yeah, Marco does as well. If you take these trades and you get stopped out, you're invested in that picture because that picture did you some harm. You tend to not forget that. But there's plenty there for 6 ticks. Yeah, there's 2 points comfortably down at the EMA. You're definitely going to stop that one out because that's the type of thing that market would do before it did anything else. You know, so even if you ride that back just to stop that out once it's ticked below there, so there's comfortably 2 points there. It moved over and started coming back. It's not my type of trade because I generally go for more points. I want to see the start of a new move. I'm not a fan of riding them to the EMA. That's for more of the smaller scalpers. You know, the points at the 6 ticks type of traders. I'm very bad at taking bigger targets. It just goes to show, though, doesn't it? If you go for more points, you get used to seeing slightly bigger picture. If you like kind of you, Dan, Marco and Mac, you see the smaller stuff back to the EMA. But, you know, if you can get 2 or 3 of those a day, you get 2 trades like that. You've got the equivalent of one of mine. I might not get a trade in a day. So there's different. It's that conversation we've had before about, do you trade like Mac or do you go for a few more points? So there's multiple different ways of attacking these type of trades, you know, for various bits of profit. But I think whether we've got that bigger channel down, possibly as well. Let me just kill some colour. I think that's still a good indication that price is probably still going to come down. So we've had 2 legs up. We come back to the EMA. We're struggling again here now. Woof. So 2 legs up. There'll have been traders in there, possibly still there. That took off, didn't it? Please tell me that wasn't the news. No, it wasn't. So 2 legs up, there'll be traders getting in there and holding there. So as soon as I hit there, off it went. And then it may have hit a little bit there. You know, traders hoping maybe it's not going to come back. See, if a trade moved that far and came back, we wouldn't allow that. But some traders will drop their trade in, maybe put their profit down here. And if it comes back and get them, they're not bothered. They just leave it because they're playing the numbers. I know when I started to learn currency, we had targets. News, excellent. It is on my other small chart, so you guys might not see it coming up, but it's definitely popping up. Oh, you can't see it now. It's actually not on the chart itself. Yeah, so Look at what I was saying now. Drawn a blank. So 5 minutes for this news. But this doesn't look to me like it's going to come down. This to me looks like this is starting to look like a big range to me. It's pulled back too far, I think. I want to have a chat with you, Jan, as well. It's been such a long time since I've put an add-on into NinjaTrader. I did download those tools. Where's the downloads? I did it this morning, I think. Yeah, the tools. I think they're the ones. Yeah, I can't remember how to get them into NinjaTrader. So if you've got some time later, bud, if you can, just message me. I'm pretty sure I think, is it the same as Replicanto? You open up NinjaTrader, then bin, and then something else, and then drop the is it the dill? The dill, yeah, you might have to, if it's not too much of a problem, if it's pretty straightforward, just drop us a quick message anytime later or tomorrow, just how to do it, because I can't remember. I mean, I probably, if you're too busy, don't worry, I can always YouTube it or something, how to get an add-on into NinjaTrader. There's probably loads of videos. Tools, import NinjaScript add-on. Is that it? Let me just take a photo of that. I don't think I can do it when it's working, so just take a quick photo. Excellent. Come off, didn't it? Yeah, got it. Brilliant. Thanks, Jan. I appreciate that, mate. So, okay, news, 2 minutes. So while we're waiting for that news, I'm just going to nip off just for a quick minute and get myself a quick cold drink. I'm a bit dry. I'll be just a quick minute. news. I'm guessing it's done nothing. Yeah, it is only pending home sales, so it doesn't sometimes. Okay, so this is pretty much looking like a range to me. Two-tiered channel. Looks okay to me. Yeah, see, the bigger channel had a break, no extreme. Smaller channel had a break, no extreme. Sometimes it'll just hit a point and turn. Ah, we've just filled that gap from 4 days ago. 1, 2, we've filled that gap. Ah, that might be why. So it turned there. Let me have a look. Yes. So, that was it, wasn't it? I don't think it really counts, does it, because of this? Boom, look at that. Gap filled. That's why we had a bounce there. I thought it was unusual we didn't at least make an attempt at a new extreme. Fill the gap right to the tick. Literally right to the tick. There's the gap there. I mean, look at that. Right on the nose, right to the tick. Just goes to show how damn accurate these things can be. Look at that. That's where we closed. That's where we opened, so we gapped up. We filled it right to the tick. Amazing. Just goes to show, doesn't it? Yes, I took one on my other chart up here. It did look a little bit better than this, to be fair. That bar was bullish until I updated it, reloaded historic. You're welcome, mate. You're welcome. So we've got a little bit of support here, or resistance rather. The trouble is going long here into this again. It could go up to these highs, or it could cap off here and then move down. So got to be a bit cautious here. So looking on that 1,000 tick chart, we've had a channel with a break and a bullish bar there. I wouldn't take this down sideways. I'd expect a second leg down, so I'd expect a couple of these to trigger. I mean, it may work, but it's not my type of trade, that. So that one's triggered. So I expect this to come down. It may trigger this first, but I think this is going to come down again. We talk about this all the time, down, across, and down again. Nothing's set in stone, of course. But this is the 1,000 tick chart. So let's just put that away. I should do these really, so I can just flick over from one to one. Might be a bit easier than dragging them in all the time. So you've got to be cautious here. This is where you get caught out. I mean, it may work. We're back at the key entry point. But what I will say is, if we're at the top of the chart here, we're kind of coming away, which tells me just to be cautious because we're starting to lose momentum, and often that'll lose for a break because there's a bit of support up here. There'll be people taking profits up here. So I have a feeling we're going to get a break here. Part of the reason is because there's traps galore on here. So traders trapped, traders trapped, traders trapped straight down. See what I mean? Leg down, sideways, leg down. So it's too early to get into trades here. So if you took that bar, or that bar, you stopped out. Well, these two are holding now, but they won't last long. Leg and a leg. This will clear anything out. But yeah, it's just so easy. It's so easy to get caught. You may hold. We've cleared out that one. Not this. It may hold. So there's a bear bar trap there as well. Sometimes the market is better after lunch. Yeah. Still got to be a bit cautious. I'm surprised it didn't come down and break these lows for a second leg. Now it is. Now it's going to clear out them traders. Traders caught there on the my other 2000 tick chart. It's going to push down below all this. So it did what I thought it would. The 1000 tick chart shows it as well. Traders getting in here or here. Straight down and eventually cleared them out. So there's your second leg down. It got up a little bit higher than I thought, but it seemed to clear out the there's a few traps there, some bull bars trapped there, and again there, came down, triggered below that one. Then that bearish bar triggered, pushed straight up, stopped out, and then it came down. So the market is a bastard for doing that, taking out longs and shorts at the same time. It's just picking off liquidity. I don't think it is nothing personal, but it feels like it. But same there. You get into a bull bar there. I mean, that might not be terrible there, but you've got a big bearish bar there, which is triggered. And in all honesty, we've got a little bit of sideways, and it is a leg and a leg down. So it's hard to say. We've got, we could be rejected off this area. We've had a bounce off it there. We've had a bounce off it there, and so far a bounce there. Whether it'll last, I don't know, but Dan, how you doing, Ben? Sorry, mate, I didn't see a message. I tagged you this morning. Not sure if you saw it. No, I didn't. Where's my phone? I saw it. Just wanted to say I'm happy with your success. I'm proud of you. Came a long way. So thank you, mate. That's really nice of you to say so. I didn't see anything this morning. No, I've got nothing, I don't think. What did you tag me in? He's ignoring you there. It's too late now. You're too late. Thank you, mate. I appreciate that. I'm listening to your perspective. True, how you're seeing in predatory eating. Keep that lens and dial it in. Eventually you will see with exact degree. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's a nice comment. Thank you. Yeah, it's one of the best things I think that helped me is getting trapped in these areas. There was one. Where was one here that I mentioned, and it did exactly what I thought. You do get used to, certain things happening and getting out, and then kind of when to stay out. But not only that, can you see how that's starting to pull away from the top of that channel, which is telling me it's losing momentum, and then we go very flat here, followed by a couple of legs. And if you see that 100 times, you start to sort of get an idea, where things go from there. He's Mr. 10,000 now. Doesn't need to read the Discord. Did he do it on the Discord? I'm not super up with it. I don't know how to. How do I get messages? Is that a message? Maybe not. Yeah, I'm not super. I don't know what goes on with these things. What is these? No. Trouble is, I probably had. Someone said they sent me a message quite a while back, and I looked, and I had a bunch of them. So people think I'm really rude. I'm not. I just don't know how this thing goes on, to be honest with you. I mean, up until recently, I've just found it flipping confusing. I'll have to have a look there. But I appreciate that, Dan. Thank you, mate. That's nice of you to say so. Abundance protocol. That's really nicely written. Thank you. Some people just kind of know how to put things into words. I'm not one of them. You clearly are. So that's nice, that. Let me read that again. I'm listening to your perspective. Truth, how you're seeing the predatory eating. Keep that lens and dial in, and eventually you will see with exact degree. It's nice, that. I like that. What was my job before trading? I was actually a bricklayer on a building site. And I did that for quite a while. Previous to that, I did HGV. I drove an oil tanker for a while. I was a chef for about 12 years. That's what I did when I left school. Went to college. So it was kind of accidental, me getting into trading. I used to do something called matched betting, which was using certain software with a company and taking advantage of the free bets the bookmakers give you. It's a perfectly legal thing to do. You know, loads of people do it. And I did it for, you don't make a lot, bit of pocket money, and it's all tax-free anyway. I made about 8,000 over a couple of years. And after a while, the bookmakers start to realise the only time you're making bets with them is when you're using their offers, and that's how you make money. But after a while, they stop with the offers. So there was a guy in the forum that I was in talking about Betfair trading sports bets, and obviously when you type trading into YouTube, it comes out with a plethora of different things, and that's how I accidentally stumbled on trading. Never to guess in a million years I'd be stuck behind a computer. And I don't mind that to say in a bad way. I don't feel like I'm stuck here. I know a lot of my friends are super jealous that I spend 3 hours sat on my backside at home and they're all out working for a living. So we've got an attempt at a new high there. So I have a feeling it's okay. We had an attempt at a new high there. I mean, I didn't think that would push up like that quick. Mind you, it's not a huge channel. Yeah, I mean, I had those doubts whether I was just missing a few vital skills to be a trader. Patience was one of them, and having that tendency to just want to. Well, it's almost like a gambling tendency. I think everyone or a lot of traders kind of go through it. Now, I've never been a gambler. It's never really interested me. I've had a bet on one or two things in my life, but I'll be surprised if I have the average bet of one bet a year. It's never really interested me. It's, I've never what I would consider myself addictive type of personality. But I did think I'm struggling here. At times, I did think I was struggling. And I threw so much money into it, and I just couldn't seem to help myself. And I just thought, is this going to be me now for the next 5 years? And but and I'm also a believer in if you keep trying, as long as it's humanly possible, then my attitude is if I want to do it, I'll do it. No matter or I'll die trying. So if you are new, don't. One thing I can say to you, don't physically abuse yourself. I did once. I punched one of my monitors, threw it out the window. I've literally physically punched myself in the jaw just out of pure anger and frustration. But I think one thing is important to do is not to beat yourself up. And I don't just mean that in a literal sense. Don't give yourself such a hard time. How you react as a normal trader is very typically how you'd expect human beings to act when things don't go right. We get frustrated. We kind of know what we're not supposed to do, but when those emotions kick in, you literally have that decision-making control just removed from you very swiftly. Every loss, it absolutely is. You learn way more from your losses. If you win a trade, you move on. You're excited, you move on. But when you lose a trade, it plays inside your head, and you kind of go through this processing thing. What went wrong? What did I do wrong? And you do get a lot more value out of losses. It doesn't feel like it at the time, but you do get a lot of value out of losses. But I think things started to improve when I started using Guardian Angel Trader. It helped me to not revenge trade for long enough to see my account start to grow. And then you start to get this realization that, okay, I've not revenge traded and my accounts are starting to grow. And then things just seem to slot into place. Then it's like all of a sudden someone turns up with 3 pieces of a jigsaw and everything, the puzzle just comes together. So if I take a loss now and I can't trade, I don't get that urge to, because Guardian Angel kind of got me out of that habit. Now, I suppose it's like, if you're an alcoholic, if you've got alcohol all around you, it's difficult. If you can't get access to it, I mean, you physically can't, the desire isn't as strong. Well, I mean, I've never really been addicted to anything, I would say, so it probably would be unfair if anybody has had any addictive natures, any type of addictive nature, but, just trying to think logically about it. 3 points seems to help. Yeah, definitely coming down to one contract as well. The thing is, if you're trading 1 or 2 PAs, the stress isn't so there. But when I was trading 20, because if you remember, the last time I had 20, I only traded them 10 at a time. And it scared me to trade 20. So combination of Guardian Angel Trader, I didn't think it would make as much of a difference as it has coming down to 1 contract. I was always adamant I wanted to do 2. The problem is the losses can affect you too much. And if losses are affecting you, the most logical answer is you're risking too much. Now, I was always a little bit stubborn to probably see that. I did probably what a lot of people do, and you want to try and get there too quick, and you want to try and rush. No, I'll do it my way. Yes, I'll have a think about it. But I think it was Laufey sent me an email maybe a couple of months ago and said, I think you should reduce down to, sometimes when people say things, you start to think, and I remember saying, I appreciate your input, and I'll have a think about it. And it was in and out of my mind for a while, but I thought, trouble is, I don't really know Laufey. I don't know whether he's had 2 minutes experience or 20 years, but what I try and do, if someone suggests something, I never think I'm big enough or I know too much to completely overlook it. I feel like if someone makes a suggestion, I think it's a good idea to at least, look into it. And I thought about it and I decided to do it. And he was exactly right. I'm taking a few more trades now. The trouble is, if you're taking too much risk, you get to the stage where you get a little bit wary about taking a trade. And what I found is when I did take a trade, I was trying to get out of it. I wanted out of it quickly, so I was taking less profit. So I thought, if I'm only taking a 1.5 profit and I'm risking, 2 contracts, I might as well bring my risk down by half and take the full amount, which is the same amount of profit. So it's worked and I feel much better. I'm a lot more relaxed when I'm in a trade now. When he says should be on a sim much longer. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Now, I would say to someone, I think probably the best thing to do is to spend a year on a sim. Now, what the bit that I didn't take into consideration until recently, it is good to have some risk at some point because it takes so much time being exposed to that risk that's a process you've got to go to. If you spent 10 years on a sim and got to almost master it, and then you went onto a live account, things would change very quickly. Now, I remember watching Wilson maybe 3.5 years ago, not long after I was doing it. I didn't realise he was on a sim at the time he was, but he absolutely killed it. And I want to be like this guy. This guy's going to make a fortune. And then he moved on to sim and it completely changed him as a trader. So once you get that psychological barrier that comes up, it affects how you do everything. So I do think it's important to get into experiencing that soon as well, but it's a balancing act, isn't it? So I would say 12 months on a sim and then just get one evaluation and just literally it's like dipping your toe in the water, isn't it? But I'm adamant when I say one account. There's no point in having multiple accounts until you can make money because all you're doing is throwing away multiple amounts of money. It's going twice as quick or 3 times as quick. At some point, we have to go live because sim is always good. I had a year on a sim. That's sensible. When I went real, yeah. I don't think there's really an easy way of doing this. The only thing I would say to a new trader is just be very, very mindful about how much money you're going through. You have to risk money to learn to accept and get used to the emotions. There's no other way of doing it. It's just one of those unfortunate things. But I would just look upon this as you're paying for an education, as same as you would if you went to university. In some cases, it costs you a lot less to learn to be a trader. But I had to learn to forgive myself because I was really rough on myself at times. I felt miserable. I mean, I literally thumped myself that once. Hey, Sam, how you doing, buddy? Sam knows what it's like. Any discount codes for GAT? There isn't, unfortunately, mate. They don't do anything like that. But I assure you, mate, it will save your neck. So it's a small price to pay. It really will. It gets you away from revenge trading for long enough to see the accounts grow and to get that kind of realism that, okay, now when I'm not revenge trading, even though I take losses, doing well lately, but probably overkill, it went up, yeah. I mean, I've had times where I seem to be doing really well, and then all of a sudden I'll have a bad day and it'll knacker my whole system. And you're frustrated then, and then you're coming straight back to work tomorrow frustrated. And then I go for a period of a couple of months where I'd just be stabbing the market, I'd just be throwing stuff at it, taking stupid trades just out of pure frustration. And after a while, it just slowly fades away. But Guardian Angel Trader got me out of that danger area for long enough to allow my accounts to grow organically. And then I think you start to get that realization that, when I'm not doing stupid things, whether it's me stopping me or Guardian Angel Trader, it doesn't matter. That's a great name. Congratulations, incredible. I appreciate that, mate. Thank you. Thanks very much. My plan, right, is just to try and make money every month. Just try me consistency. One of the first things that stuck in my head that, strange enough, I didn't listen to was don't think about the money, focus on the trades and the money will follow, I guarantee you. Now, I've never forgotten that, but for some reason it's never, I think I heard it, but I never really listened to it. And when you do try and forget about the money and focus on just turning up and taking a trade, he's exactly right. But you try telling someone who's that's super eager and who's running around like headless chicken trying to rush this this business. What do you set it to? It's hard to say, mate, because I can't get into mine. I'm just trying to think. What I can do is I can get into mine from 1 o'clock tomorrow. I can go through all my individual settings and just screenshot them if you want. But I have it set to 2 losses maximum with a little bit of flexibility of $50. So if you get out for break even or minus 1 tick, that $50 covers that, so it doesn't class it as a loss. I also set it 1 contract maximum, so that stops me jumping in for more. I also set it to lock the sim. It probably doesn't mean much to you now because until you've used it a bit, but I'll photograph my settings tomorrow. I'll screenshot my settings from 1 o'clock. I can't open it now. It won't let me open it. Let me just check. Even on my new account, I can't do it. 60. No, it won't. Comes up with this. So I have mine set from 1:30 to basically 1 minute from midnight, and then midnight to 1 o'clock the following day. So I can only get into this and make changes. But I'll screenshot them for you, or photograph them on my phone settings, so you'll have an idea of where I go from, and at least that way you can. But it will not let you trade. You can set, your trade time. So I have mine set from like 1:30 to 6:30. So you can't come back in the evening. If sometimes you're down a trade or. So there's a bunch of settings. You can have timeout as well, so you can set it so it won't let you trade for an hour, half an hour, 15 minutes after a loss. So it gives you that little bit of time to settle. But it's a great bit of software. And it pushed me in that right direction just enough to allow me to see my accounts growing and to see, hold on a minute, when I'm not doing the stupid thing, it starts to work. And the last 3 months have just slowly gone like this. But definitely coming down to 1 contract's made a difference for me. That's taken the sting out the tail, so to speak. The last time I did try it for a while, maybe 4 or 5 months ago, but I found I was taking much more riskier trades, so I stopped it. But now you do get used to just going, can't take that, can't take that, can't take that. I don't bother with the poor stuff anymore. If I think there's a slightly riskier trade, so say something like this, that maybe stopping that out and I could jump in here just to get a 1.5, then I'll do it. But that's more of a tactical move. But you will get there, Sam. You're not far behind, mate. You're not. It's an annual. It's about £300, €350, $399. But if you blow an account, you're talking $125 plus, say, a couple of evals. So, you're talking $175 there. So, 2 blown accounts and a few evals, you've made that money. So it is a brilliant bit of software. I did start a Facebook group, Just Guardian Angel. It's got a few people in there, but there's not much talk. But I'm pretty sure if you've got any questions in the drop in there, some will answer them. But I honestly think, Sam, you've got better self-control than I have. So if I can do it, you can. Yeah, it's a one-off payment. 300, I think it was £300. I mean, you had a better financial year than me. You just hit a bad patch, and it just got you frustrated. And when you're frustrated, that's when you end up snapping at the market. And I've kind of been there. You go there, you come back to the good stuff, you go there, and sooner or later, you stay out of the bad stuff, and then things move. But I don't rush anymore. I try to make money too quick. But the trouble is, if you do that, it just takes 2 or 3 times longer to learn it, and you end up being worse off anyway. But that will stop you. It'll physically force you. You can't even delete the software. That's how good it is. How many hours? A little bit more since the US went forward an hour. So I've been probably doing about 4 hours on average. Because obviously being at home all day, I tend to cook the dinner. So normally 5:30 UK time, I've gotten little taps on the door saying, when's dinner? So normally I do 3 hours, but obviously, you know, with trading an hour early, I've been extending that to 4. But I think 3 hours is enough. I think 3 hours is enough. If you can get one trade in 3 hours, I think if you can get one trade in a day, that is more than enough. One trade, 3 points, $150. If I do that 3 times in a week, there's $450. Over a calendar month, there's $2,000. Even if you lose half of that, even if you lose half of it and have a 50% win rate, that's $1,000. If you've got 20 accounts, you know, do the math. There's plenty of money to be made. Semi-retired, mate. I would even consider my job as part-time. I feel cheeky saying I'm part-time. In fact, we went to a 30th birthday party a couple of months ago, and I said I just work part-time. My wife looked at me as if to say, part-time? Yeah, you are almost like a retiree. So just looking at this 1,000 tick chart, there's a second entry long that's triggered there. I'm guessing that's going to get stopped out. We look like we've had 2 legs, but when it gets stopped out, we're at the EMA and it may bounce there. So I'm going to avoid this. It's not worked anyway. But we pushed up second entry long. It actually worked. So I've had a good month, and I treated myself to a nice bottle of, well, I've got the drink here, to a nice bottle of 15-year-old Glenfarclas. Cost me £4 off 100. I thought the first $10,000 month, I'll treat myself to £100 bottle of whiskey. If I can get to $20,000, I'll buy myself an 18-year-old Macallan I've been looking at, which is about 230. Do you feel like it has made a difference in your life since working for yourself? Absolutely. I've never liked working for other people. Now, don't get me wrong. Some of the jobs I've had in my past, I've had some good bosses, but I've also worked for some complete arseholes who just fill you full of crap. You know, they talk to you like your whole mission in life is to make this company work. And they tend to forget there's 2 ways. I worked for an oil company for a while. A company called Morris Lubricants in Shropshire. Shrewsbury, where I live, they've been around since the 1800s. They used to deliver oil in barrels in a trailer pulled by a horse. But they're family run, and they give you all this spiel about equality. On every post board, there's signs of equality and all that crap. And then come Christmas, all the managers and their wives get taken away for a night, paid for a meal, free drinks and everything, and all the guys, all the workers there, they get nothing. They got to sort their own thing. That's not equality to me. It's just bullshit. So I've never liked working for anybody else. But the good thing about doing this is you have so much more time. Like my daughter's ADHD. She's missed a lot of school. She gets a lot of anxiety. So it's been useful for me to be around her as well. So it's always useful having someone at home. But I've been what I call to the mill and back. I've been to the stage where literally this job has brought me to tears on 2 occasions. And I'm not generally a teary person. I've been with my wife for 30 years and she's seen me in tears twice. But I found it's almost broken you. It kind of takes you to the limit. And I feel like I've taken a step back now and I'm enjoying life. You know, I can open my eyes and look around. I don't feel stuck in this little ball of frustration. And if I take a loss, I just sit back, take a breath, and just put it into perspective, figure out what went wrong, and then just carry on. But taking losses I've never liked, but they don't hurt nowhere near as well with one contract. So it's a very real idea of reducing your risk. Yes, it may mean your accounts take a little bit longer to grow, but if you're struggling with that amount of risk, all it's going to do you is more harm than good. So better to grow at a slower rate than risk too much and constantly be getting knocked down on your arse and blowing accounts. It's surprising how quick, how quick these accounts grow. I mean, I've got another one trade, and there's a possible another 1,500 I can do as well. So I could get a bit more. I'm waiting on 1,500 now, which would take me over the 10,000. I've got one, two, three, four, five, another 5 accounts, which are a trade or a trade and a half. So there's another potential 2,500. But I'm not going to take little bits here or there during April. It's keeping track of what you've had, and it's a bit complicated. And not just that, if every other day you're waiting for an account to be processed, you're not trading that account. So I'm going to just let them run for the month, and then a week before the end, I'll go through the accounts. Putting in a 4,000 request for tomorrow. Good on you, mate. Nice to make some money, isn't it? Rather than putting it in. They've been a bit slow the last couple of days. I believe there were some problems with Rhythmic. So let me have a look. So they've been taking anywhere from, I'd say, 2 to 4 days to approve. Now, I got approved, so I'll tell you what. Where's my email? I'll get my email up. I like to show people. So I've deleted some of them, but there's 4 there: 1,600, 1,750, 600, 600, 500. When they get paid, I tend to delete them, and I add. Which one was that? That's 4,500, just over there. That was yesterday, and 500 there. So just over 5,000 for those. I've deleted the ones. So the earliest was Friday. So that's taken 5 days. Took a couple of days to approve. I think 2 to 3 days to approve and 5 days to pay out. Once they're approved, I'm not bothered if it takes a week. I'm not bothered. So, they've had a few issues with Rhythmic, so I know they've been sorting those problems out. So that may just that may slow things down. But for me, it's more quickly about how they're approved. But I was denied one a couple of weeks. On one account, I took a risk and it went in about 800 into the red. It was just one account. It was a stupid thing to do. And luckily I got it back. It was about 2.5, 3 weeks ago. So last time I did something a little bit risky, and they denied it. But that's fine. If you follow the rules, they will pay it. Their way of getting out of a trade is their way of getting out of payment is if you've done something stupid, they'll stop your money, and that's fine. I've got no issues with that. It does force you to do things the right way. So as long as you follow the rules, but just for anybody, don't panic. If you've broken a rule, you'll still get paid. They'll just make you trade another 8 days. So don't think I might as well take a stupid risk on this account and do something silly. Just trade for another 8 days and you're golden. You'll get paid. They'll put you on a live account when they want. Yeah, I'm not too sure. I have got a couple of accounts where I've had 5 payments out of, and it does say I can have between 2,600 and 500. So I don't know when they'll do that, or if they'll do that, or whether they wait for you to make a certain amount of profit, because apparently the first 25,000 you get all of. So whether they do that or what, I don't know. But I just try and do what one of the first things I was ever told to do: focus on the trades, and the money will just follow. So I'm really just trying to focus on that. if I take a trade and it wins, great. If it doesn't, and as long as I do that, things tend to work nice. So that's kind of my main focus. But it does take time. But, you know, the amount of money you could earn, I mean, $10,000, it's probably going to be, it could be about $11,500 if I wanted to, because there's another 3 accounts to trade away. I've got another 1,500 there. So it could be 11,500, 12,000. That's not far off 10,000 British pounds. Do you know anyone who earns 10,000 British pounds a month? Very few people. You know, once you get to 100,000, you're in about the top 2% of the country. And for me, who've been learning to trade for 4.5 years, to earn that sort of money by working 3 hours a day, it's phenomenal. I think GPs are on 75,000 and up. How many? And what is that? 7 years? And how many hours they work for that? So, is this just a range? Possibly. There's a big bullish bar there which is triggered. Is this going to come down for a second leg? I think it might do. That sometimes, if it pushes down so far that I think it's going to touch the bottom, sometimes I'll take a short here. But I've done that just on the odd one account, not all of them. How you doing, Ben? But no, learning to trade does test you mentally. It really does. It kind of feels like you've joined the army and you've been through 6 months of hell. Kind of feels like that type of thing, you know, that really tests you. Have you got that mental capacity to be able to put up with all that, the lows, the highs and the lows? So do I think that's going to get stopped out? Yeah, I do. So let's see, I jumped in here now for 3 points. I may have a go on a single account. I'm not, but we've got a little double top there, more or less. So let's see if it would have worked. To be honest with you, I wouldn't have taken it unless we've had like a full bearish bar there, but so what risk would I have given that? Let's say 4 points for 3.25. If I took that bull bar there, I'd expect that to get stopped out. See, there's no reason later on down the line that you could, you know, take stuff like this if you think it's worth it and it works 70% of the time. It's not necessarily a patch trade, but once you sit here long enough, you do start to notice things. Going through a bit of a rough patch with trading these last 2 weeks or so, a few losers in a row. Previously I'd become tilted, but I'm happy I've held my own. That's a good achievement, that is, if you can do that. I had to rely on a bit of software to do that, and I see it as a tool, and it saved me some time. So if you are struggling, take advantage of it. What I try and do is my experience is when you take a loss, the chance of you having another loss on your next trade jumps up dramatically. I'm guessing it jumps up 3 times. Let's say 5-fold it jumps up. Because what I will say is so what I think is important to do is if you take a loss, sit back, take a breath, relax, and just say to yourself, the next trade I'm going to take is one of the trades that are going to jump out in front of me and wave. You know the types. Perfect second entry. Even if it means you've got to wait for 3 days, because I think it's important to make that next trade a really solid one. And that kind of gets you straight back in the game. It has less of a mental strain on you then, because if you take 2 losses in a row, that's when your mind starts to play tricks on you. So I think it's important that when you take a loss, to get back in the game, but really focus on waiting for a good one, because I think it's important that that second trade isn't a loss, because your mind does start playing havoc with you, and then you start, you know, that can lead you to tilt, which is another good reason why Guardian Angel comes into it. You know, I think even Guardian Angel, put yourself down to 1 loss maximum. That kind of forces you to take 1 trade a day. If it's a winner, great. If it's a loser, you're out the game. If you are struggling with losses, I think that might be a good strategy. Just do that for a period of time. Just set it to 1 loss. You can't trade then. It won't let you. So at least you know you're only going to have 1 loss. So if it messes with your head that much, that's an option to do just for a period of time. 4 loss off the bounce after taking 5 prop. Yeah, it's frustrating that. And you can guess a lot of those trades will be out of frustration. And I know because I've been there. So it's, you know, you would think to yourself, even if you took a trade and went long or short, you would think it would be like tossing a dice. It doesn't work that way, because the market is kind of designed to kind of attract poor positions, but it just seems to be, someone mentioned yesterday, the market's content to do the maximum amount of damage to you, both long and both short. So it's very easy to take a lot of losses in a row. You wouldn't think you could take that many losses in a row. It can either only go up or down. I mean, technically it can go sideways for a period, but it's surprising how easy that when you're not taking good trades, this market chops you up. So let's see if I'd have been right there. I'm guessing I would have been, because there's no way that's going to come down and not break below there. There we go. So that trade would have worked. Just a trap. So sometimes I think if I'd have took that, would that have lost? And I'm guessing 8 times out of 10 it would have done. So taking a short there might not be a bad option. In that case, it worked. I found I'm weirdly more profitable going short. Yeah, I've heard someone else say that before. Sometimes you feel more comfortable trading in a certain direction. I think I've been through that before. I like taking failures in one direction, but not the other. I thought about that and I couldn't quite figure out why. Coming down and taking a failed second entry long felt a lot more comfortable. It just might mean you've taken more of those and you've had more success. So when you see that, you get filled with a better feeling. But trading is very much about a feeling. It is almost like a sixth sense. You know, when you get involved in a trade that goes against you, that picture kind of burns a hole in your memory. You know, it sits in your brain, and when that scenario comes up again, something doesn't feel right. And that's how I trade. That's how I think. And you let me talk about it, I'm not sure, but there's something, I don't like this, something doesn't feel right. And that feeling saves you so many times, and that is purely experience. You know, exactly the same as a doctor would. You know, if he's seen a certain condition so many times, I'm a bit concerned here. I've seen this before. And it's very much just experience. You get a gut feeling for it, don't you, the more you've been doing it. And that does come in time. You know, I've been trading now for nearly 4.5 years. And it takes time. It really does. It's not a quick fix. You'll get over working your 9 to 5s. Well, from a UK point of view, when I was on a building site to 4:30, I came home and traded till about 8:30. So what you can do is you can trade Asian markets, you can trade European markets, you can trade US markets. So, you know, you can trade the ES up until about normally 8:30, 9 o'clock. You know, you can trade at some Asian markets, you can trade British markets, so things like the FTSE from 8 o'clock, you can trade that. So there's always kind of a time frame for every person, no matter where you live. And not only that, is you can trade at the end of the day. You just put your chart back in, you just click the arrow key, and then you just pretend one bar is come up the chart. It's a quicker way, actually, and you can still kind of trade it the same way. You drop your trade in there and go for it, and then you see what happened. So there's always a way. There's always a way. I saw the potential with this, so what I did, I changed my job so I could work weekends. I started working Friday, Saturday, Sunday because I was earning more money those hours, and that way I could trade. So I saw what I wanted to do with this and just kind of went for it. But it's not that simple, you know. Fortunately, I was able to get driving, and it's good money, and you can pick and choose your hours. But there's always something you can do. So, this to me is still part of this downtrend at the moment. It's negligible that I'd be looking for a break and a new low. Now that is a channel down, so I wouldn't expect price to just go up. Now it did here, but we had a break and a new low first. You may argue there's a small break and a new low, but I'm not convinced. And a lot of times we'll go leg in a leg. Now, we've been up to this area before, so you expect people to take profits up here, so that may create a little bit of sideways movement or a couple of pullbacks or a break. So usually a bullish bar and a higher low here quite often get trapped and then come down for a second leg. Yeah, I mean, you could argue we've already had a break and a new low there if you keep it tight, but it's negligible, so I'm not willing to take the risk. So if this is a range, depending on where you've got this looks like a breakout of somewhere. So often we get one on the opposite side. So we're getting multiple attempts to go higher here. 1, 2, 3. Playing one large uptrend. Let's have a look. This looks weird on my curvy monitor. Yeah, actually, it could be. It could be. I mean, really, all you're doing is taking this. If you drop that down to there and forget this, it's more like just this. So I don't think it'll help you unless we come up to the top. So yeah, I don't think it's going to help you. I'm not sure. I'll always have a go at something. In fact, sure, I know what happens. Someone posted Mac's chart. Oh, that was it there. Okay. Forgot about that. So he's got that, and he hasn't got a second channel he has yet. So he's got that one with a break, and so on, aiming towards this. Closest he's drawn to Mac's in a week. So even Dan as is a lot different than Mac. Mac has some unusual channels, but it works for him. So, you know, you can't tell him he's not doing it right. So, but we've got a touch, and a touch, and 3 at the top. So I don't think it looks that bad now. You know, you may not have had it here where his chart was, but now we've hit this area and come back to here. That channel now makes a little bit more sense. If this is a channel we've pushed up there, we've only got to the midline. Okay, excuse me a sec. Sorry about that. I had my car MOT, didn't need a little bit of work. Nothing major, so £97, that'll do, mate. Yeah, I'm not getting involved in this here. We got to push up and a pull back, but we're not getting past that midline. So it may mean it works in this bottom tier, but for me, this is just a little touch risky. Thing is, we could have like a correction of some sort, a couple of attempts, and then something a bit larger. Let me look on the daily. That was showing quite bearish. Okay, so this is really interesting. So this is the daily. So we got this channel down. We got 2 legs up and quite a bearish bar. Now, remember we discussed this yesterday. I'll be surprised if it doesn't come down and fill that gap, and that's exactly what it did. Now we're pushing up. So I would say now, I wouldn't expect it to come all the way down here, but fill that gap as we talked about yesterday. I'd been surprised, as we're not down here, that traders won't push that and close that gap. Now, ever since we closed that gap, we've turned and pushed up. So now you would think this would be vulnerable, wouldn't you? Now, it may push up, trigger and come down. I don't think it will. This, to me, we've spent enough time down here. things have quietened down with Trump a little bit. You know, it's settled down. You can tell by the, the price movement that things have settled down. So this to me at the moment is looking very bullish now. I didn't think it was at the time, but now we came down, fill that gap, and it's turned. So maybe this thing is going to push up quite a bit more. So I didn't want to take that. It's nothing really. It's past a higher low, to be fair. Could be making a second leg up. Well, that looks like it to me. The trouble is the daily will only give you a general reference. The thing is, as we know, a bar can go up. This bar that's super bullish here could have went up, come down a bit, went up, come down. Now that's not going to be a lot of issues on here at this scale. But if that was the daily coming up or down, this thing could be swinging 20 or 30 points. In which case, just because it's bullish doesn't mean we can all of a sudden jump in and ride it up. It could still come down another 15 points and take out areas. So, but I think generally for me, the feeling is price is moving up at the moment. We came right down, fill that gap right to the tick beautifully, and then reversed immediately. So that may have been not a terrible place to take a punt. But it worked beautifully, didn't it? So I think this will continue up. Now, whether, I don't know, something changes here and, we end up having something, that to me doesn't look terrible if you think about it, touch. So if we're losing momentum up, I wouldn't be surprised if this thing came down, cleaned out that. That may be okay and come down to this area somewhere. It does seem to me like it's losing a little bit of motivation to go up. So I'm expecting something. In fact, what I'm going to do is stick my neck out here and risk making myself look like a complete plank. I'm guessing we're going to end up in that area somewhere. Yeah, I've covered my arse there. But see, I could have been right there. But I'm expecting price to get somewhere down to here before it pushes up. That's just a rough stab in the dark there. But that would make sense to me. It's losing momentum. There may be a bigger channel there. And I sense maybe, because I could be completely wrong, but you do get used to having a rough idea where things are going to go. You're not always right, but this to me, 2 legs up. It's really struggling at the moment. There's liquidity here. Surely, if you want to push this up high, you want to get in down here somewhere, don't you? And make the most of it. So I'm guessing this is the kind of area we may end up in. I like having a go at stuff like this. It's a challenge, if you're reading the markets, you do get a good feel for where they're likely to go. And it does help your confidence. So, I'm thinking that that's a tough call. This to me is clearly struggling. It's got to come back, I think. So this looks like the start of this move down for me. That's vulnerable. And that is, once we get below there, that should get us into this area. That's if it does, of course. Could be completely wrong. Depends how bullish it is. It depends what people's sentiment is on the rest of the day. You know, if you decided to jump right in on that gap fill, I mean, look at the potential there to ride this up, maybe add to it here, here, and here. I mean, the ATR's quite small today, 60 points. That'd be 120 points a week ago. Well, that's not a bad run if you can get up there, even just to these highs. I didn't notice that. It was just unusual, though. We had two channels and it just pivoted. It never even tried to get that. We pulled up, small pullback, and then was having none of it. It took off. So once it got up here, it was quite evident this wasn't coming back, which is why I decided to look back. And hey, presto, that gap. So I'll be surprised if we're down anywhere near here now for a long time. I think we've seen the last of the 5700s for quite a while. Let's hope so. I'll be shocked if we don't come below there. And if we come below there with a second leg down, we should take out that as well. So that will be my first target. So that's that one gone. This one will go. Will get us in our little fancy blue bubble. Now we've already broken that one, so let's see. Disco, how you doing, buddy? So that's got me right where I expected. So this to me, now can you get a correction where it goes up a bit first? I don't see why not. Kind of looks like two legs, so it'd be interesting to see what happens when we get around about this area. Let's see if we get that far down. So touch, possibly something down here. I don't think it looks that bad. This to me doesn't look like a reversal. We haven't really had a break. So I think this is just a pullback, and then maybe we find some buyers kind of around this area somewhere. Off work today, so managed a few good trades. Good on you, mate. Yeah, a few people took that one. Oh, it's just risky as hell, that. If you went a tick above there, let's get it right. You wouldn't have even got a 1.5 there. Would have had to push through, so you'd have got 1.25 maximum. It's just too risky to take this. It's just kind of floating in the middle of this. I think one guy took it, looked like he was going for a point anyway, so he'd have been out here. You wouldn't have got anything more out of it though. So, are we starting to go sideways? I think we are here. So, this got us where we kind of thought it may do. You know, the way this is going, I still think there's going to be some more upward movement. It's just locating somewhere where traders are likely to start buying again. The daily is pretty clear. Things are bullish at the moment. But where do you want to get in? Would you get in there? Not the worst place in the world, I don't think. It's a bit vague for me, though. You could call a failed break out of this, but I'm not too sure. I wouldn't be surprised if it comes down to this area. See, would it get as low as that? I don't think it will, so perhaps it's come down as low as it needs to. I'd just like it to come back a little bit closer to that. So there's some traps here. There's one on this chart here. I'd expect that to get stopped out. So even if you just decided to jump into that there, just to run it down 2.5 points. I wouldn't have taken it there if it had closed down here or closed here. But I expect that to come down and take that out. Maybe not so much now, but it's clearly just choppy, isn't it? So when it's like this, often it just takes out longs, takes out shorts. Just picks off areas. There may be a fell breakout there. I just think that's vulnerable. That one certainly is now. Piano keys here is a bit only the wrong colour. In fact, I think Al Brooks uses black and white, doesn't he? I keep getting confused which direction they go in. So we'll see. I think that one will go. We'll see. Come back to that. It's just hard to trade this stuff. I think it's a spike in channel. You're looking at something like this, are you? Crossed my mind for a second. It's possible, yeah. I've got a bunch. I mean, that one I say, yeah. That one, yeah. This is a possibility. But even if you take away that and that, we've got a breakout of here. So there could be. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. Yeah, when it goes sideways, though, it generally does a bit, doesn't it, for a period. I still think we're likely to see some more movement up in some fashion, because if you look at the daily, I mean, this is super clear. Big move down. We've had 2 legs up, came straight down, fill that gap, and immediately turned back up. Now, buyers are obviously there, aren't they? Now, do you want to sell that there? If your seller's there, buyers are going to push it up, because when it gets up there, they've got pretty much free sailing. So, you know, I had Mac on last night. It was late last night, and he was talking about this. I never caught it because I was half asleep. But we've got a channel there. It looks like a channel with a break. That higher low held, if this was going to come down, it would have come down lower and taken that out. So I think it's cleared the gap and now it's pushing up. Now, bearing in mind, a move of 20 points on this may make no difference to this bar, but to our chart, it could make a world of difference. So that's what I think. So I think this is going to go sideways until it gains some interest. I'm guessing that interest is from buyers around about here somewhere. It just makes sense. You know, you can't really trade this at the moment. You just got to stay out of this and then just kind of see what goes on. But it makes sense to me that price is going to continue on up. Now, there may be a spike in channel. At the moment, this is going sideways, and it usually does until it finds, you know, something to sort of push off, which I'm guessing is maybe down here. I'd like to see that taken out. It's floating in the middle of nowhere, really. This, to me, is the next level of support. So I think if traders were looking for somewhere to buy here, this area probably wouldn't be the worst in the world. So, you know, are we looking for something like this maybe? A leg and a leg, something like that. A couple of legs down. Obviously, we're a little bit higher here. 2 legs down, clean out this, find some support around here, and then push up. So if that was the case, that would take us to about there, which, funnily enough, goes from here. In fact, let's get rid of that and just have a look. So we go from here, we touch here. If we get 2 legs down, this area is going to bounce. I'd like to see it bounce on top of there, and that could fall really nice. Touch it at the top. So I don't think it's the worst channel in the world if we're going to push up, and it really is. We've got a break, a push up, and a bit of a correction, and then this area to me is the area where you'd probably expect just, I mean, you know, we're really studying human behavior here. If you're going to buy here, where would you want to buy? You wouldn't want to buy in the middle of all this. It would have to be below here. So the next typical place is this is floating in between this line here and the EMA. So that for me has to be taken out. I can't see buyers jumping in their droves when this thing's floating. Whether it breaks below it, it may not. But this would be, you know, you're looking for support really to jump back in. And this to me would be the most natural looking place. So we shall see. You just never know, though. Someone might have a different chart. Who knows? But that daily is looking quite clear to me that we've filled the gap and pushing up. In fact, let's take a little screenshot of that. That's not it. Yeah, I hate that when you type a sentence and it's all in capitals. Let's try that one again. Yesterday you mentioned that you found Mac's Facebook page, but that must surely be BS because how would you find it without his last name? I know his last name, it's McCulloch. Somebody mentioned on the stream a year ago. I'll show you. I think it's Ken McCulloch. There he is. There you go. That's Mac. There. That's the guy there. So that's our. You know, I know. I'll show you. Listen. This is one of his properties. Can you hear him?
Cabinets have all just been refinished. New hardware on those.
No denying that voice.
Got a laundry room. Comes
so
with
you can hear him okay, yeah?
Full-size washer and dryer. Nice
close for retirement age. I don't know how old he is, actually. I mean, I'm guessing this photo was a while ago.
They're both exactly the same. They're larger.
Yeah, that's him.
Normal
that's
bedrooms
Mac.
are 12 by 12.
That's our illustrious leader.
Each bed.
I know I get told off. Well, I mean, if he's on Facebook, you're on Facebook, I suppose, for a reason, aren't they? Yeah, I mean, if you're on Facebook, aren't you? You're on Facebook. Somebody mentioned it to me a while back. I saw a live from Ninja Trader and the guy spoke like Mac. You know, that's definitely him. Let's put that back. It's definitely him. Definitely him, I assure you. There's a video there. If you listen to the video where he's talking about the what's it, you can clearly hear his voice. It's all right, I've just been told off. Let's put that back to the 1,000 tick chart. No, he doesn't look like you'd expect. No one ever does, though, do they? I always find that. Some people who I've been speaking to, and I'm like, oh, you never look like I thought you looked. But yeah, he's talking around a house that he was renting, so you can clearly hear him. You know, there's a higher low on this chart here, which I don't think's terribly bad. We've got 2 legs down. I expect 2 legs up. It's a little bit sideways here. Let's have a look. So I don't think that's a terrible trade. I think it'd probably work. But it's a little bit in the middle. Let's have a look. Oh, that's him. Ah. Ah. The first time I saw Marco, he looked much different than I thought. See, I think Marco... What am I missing? I think Marco looks like he sounds. That's a nice photo, that is. That is a big fish. Did that trade work? It never triggered. Oh, it did actually. No, it wouldn't have worked. I wouldn't have taken it anyway because it was completely choppy. I'd like to see a second leg down here. Leg and a leg, and let's get down here. Mark, yeah, I'd say Marco's probably. I think he's watching this stream, so I'll have to be careful. I'm going to write down on a bit of paper. I think Marco looks in his 30s. I think something like that, 30s, middle 30s, something like that. Trade with traffic looks way different to what you expect, does he? He's all right, actually. I've chatted with him once or twice. There's some really nice streamers out there. Some really nice people out there. I tell you who's we haven't heard much from lately. Wilson. I thought Wilson was doing well and making some money, and then all of a sudden I saw him post something a couple of days ago saying he's just taken 20 Apex 300,000 evaluations. So I think he's lost his accounts. I think he kind of comes and goes. Wilson. He's just not said a lot lately for some reason.
Order submitted.
But Bart's a nice guy. He's a lovely guy. He is. Always been nice, always been friendly. I don't know any... there was one idiot that used to come in once in a while. I was warned about him. Money Max, they nicknamed him. He used to come in here and just give horrible comments. You don't know what you're doing, you're this, you're that, the other. But he tried to get me to join his Discord and pay for it. He said he'd help me, and if I wasn't willing to respect the help, I don't deserve some weird stuff like that. And I spoke to a trader buddy of mine, Nick, about him, and he said they call him Money Max. But that's part of the reason why I stopped the Facebook, the YouTube comments, because it was just horrible. And funnily enough, I had the comments off for 6 months, and I decided to put them back on once, and the second I put it back on, he put a comment. So I just thought, screw the comments. That's why I say to you guys, if you want to say anything, just message me directly. It just saves having idiots on the stream. So we've got a leg and a leg back there. So I think this market's going to go up. You've got to be a bit careful, though.
Order cancelled.
So let's just see if there's any other type of something here that we can use. Now this, you may consider this a failed break, but this come down a little bit too far for me. So heard anything? Didn't he come in the other day? I think, didn't he? It was entertaining. I think. RG, I'm sure he messaged. He was in the chat the other day, just briefly. But I'll tell you who I was spoken to just a little bit. Who was the other guy? What was his name? I think he was an English guy. An English Asian guy. He was nice. He was talking a lot about this other strategy. And do you remember I actually went in and he went, oh, I'd short here. In fact, he was saying short here, long here, and he was getting right every time. And the one time he said short here, I went short and ended up move me stop, getting stopped out. And I deleted him from the chat. And I was chatting to, was it What? I haven't seen What for a long time. I think he was trading more with this guy. But I did speak to him on just chatting on Bookmap. I thought the guy was okay. It wasn't that. I just thought he was getting me away from where I wanted to be. And a couple of people were saying it's not Pats and stuff. So I apologised to him because he was only making suggestions. But, you know, sometimes when people are suggesting things, you can get easily, and I was falling for it. But he knew what he was doing, put it that way. But it wasn't my strategy, so I shouldn't have been following it, really. But I did speak to him. Just once in a while I'll chat to him. He'll drop a message, or I'll chat with him, you know, Bookmap. Sometimes I'll browse Bookmap in the evenings just to see what's going on and have a chit chat. But he was a nice, I forget his name now. And he started to teach, I think, and I think that's where Woot went. Because Woot was here for a long time, but I've not heard Woot for months and months. Sticking to your rolls. Kirk, where's Kirk? Are you in, are you, sometime? I lost early one, decent setup. Sim up, 1500 on a sim, bunch of good ones. Isn't it weird how you trade different on a sim? Sania, I think his name was Sania Joshi, something like that. He was a nice guy, but I kind of blocked him, if for want of a better word. It wasn't malicious or something, but he was kind of because he was, you know, he knew what he was doing, and a few of us were kind of moving a little bit, and it didn't really work. So what the hell do you do here? Trying to come up with a hard insult for you, Lance. Take your best shot, mate. But it isn't easy. I need to put you in touch with my wife. She'll probably put you in the right direction. My wife, we used to fight like cats and dogs. My wife, well, she used to fight. I used to do my best to duck. I remember once, see, my wife was always better at me in an argument. And I remember once, I was probably in my middle 20s. We were having a row, and in the end she slapped me, and I remember going back up to her face and going, "Is that the best you can do?" And she punched me, and I remember my friend at the time knocked at the door. We were going out, and he came to the door, and I had blood running down my nose and a fat lip, and I went, "Don't say a word, let's just go." But I always found the only way I could get to my wife was to get her to hit me and then get in her face and go, "Is that it? Is that all you could do?" And she used to infuriate her. But I remember once, I've never hit my wife, never, ever, ever, ever. We've been together 30 years. I don't believe in it. I don't think you should hit people that you love. But the first house we ever bought, we had those paper thin cardboard made out of plywood doors. They're like a thin bit of plywood and a cardboard corrugator. And we were having a big argument, and my wife locked herself in the bathroom and she was gobbing at me. And I remember punching the door, and my fist went right through this door. And if you know about plywood, it kind of lets you in, but it won't let you out. And I got my arm stuck. And we ended up laughing about it. And I had my arm stuck for over an hour, and we got the next door neighbour to come round with his tools, and we were all chipping away and chiseling away trying to get my arm out this door. And we ended up having a big laugh in the end. But my arm was cut to shreds. Plywood, kind of, you can go through it, but you can't come back. It all closes. But we used to have some right arguments. I don't know how many times I filled my clothes in black bags and went round the block in the car for an hour and came back home. But no, I've never laid a finger on my wife. Would never do it. It's not the thing to do, is it? You don't beat on people that you love. Certainly not, Excuse me a sec. Wilson, shut up. Okay, excuse me a sec. Sorry about that. Monitor number 3, sorry. It's got to go back. You should never hit someone you love. All right. No, you shouldn't do. Absolutely not. Definitely not. I mean, it's not the gentlemanly thing to do anyway, is it? But why would you, I mean, generally blokes are a little bit more bigger, a bit mussy and a bit more thuggish than women anyway. So, we know in a lot of cases we're bigger and stronger, and you shouldn't need to prove it. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with a good row, a good shouting match sometimes clears the air. We've had a bunch of those over the years. And it does clear the air. There's nothing wrong with that. Use ass whipping. Random Tesla, good unlock, I guess. But no, I'm not a fan of people who beat on women. No. You'll usually find guys who do that will cower down when it comes to another guy, but when there's a woman in front of them, they get all beefed up and all super strong. But when it comes to another guy, they're not so brave then. No, I got no time for people like that. I remember I had a business years ago, and I used to go into my local pub on a Friday afternoon, and there was a friend in there that I knew when I was, like a teenager, sort of in my late teens. And I started meeting him there on Friday, and we had a good catch up and all this. And there was another guy that came in that was a friend of his, and we got talking. And he said he'd hit his wife, and I went, "What do you mean you've hit your wife?" And I went, "Well, only once in the nose." And I spoke to my mate, and I went, "Is that the sort of thing you do?" He went, "No." And I just got up and walked off. I thought, I'm not gonna. If you think it's okay because it was only a little tap in the nose, if they think that's acceptable. So I think I called him an idiot and walked off. But I got no time for people that do that. And not only that, it's someone you love. Why would you want to do something like that to him? I mean, if my wife drank my last bit of single malt, I would maybe get a little bit close to it then, but Lloyd Mayweather. I got no time for bullies, really. There's no need for it. Sure. Yes, yeah, excellent. Now, if you're that type of people, go join a gym or go into a boxing ring. You'll usually find guys who bully women are usually pretty weak anyway. When it comes to it, and someone their own size and their own sex, they're not interested. What is going on here? I love dogs. I love dogs as well. We're dog lovers. We got 2 cockapoos we have. I love dogs. I think everyone should have dogs. They're not relax you. There's me and my dog there. When was that? A few years ago. Wilson, he's like a baby. Follows me everywhere. I can't go in the bathroom and have a bath without him whining outside the door. But no, we love dogs. He's lovely, he is. Super affectionate. He just literally follows you around everywhere. How can you not love animals like that? So if I'm emptying the dishwasher, he just sticks his head on there and watches me. He never helps. And that's our other one, the girl, Molly. That was 4 or 5 years ago on Poppy Day. Yeah, it's lovely to have dogs. Real question is dog or wife? Definitely dog. I'm a dog man, not a wife man. There's my wife. Let me show you a picture of my wife. Find a nice one. She doesn't like photos so much. I don't take many of her. She doesn't like photos. There's my wife and daughter. When was that? A couple of years ago, 2 years ago that was. Wife and daughter at Jaquito's. She doesn't like photos for some reason. That's a sign when we got married. Long time ago now, that was. 15 years ago, something like that. Target filled. So it's hard to know what's going on here now. I mean, we could just be in a range, depending on what channel. If you got that channel, we've kind of had a break and a matching high. If you've got a bigger channel, we've just had a drop out of it. I thought this would push up. I still think it probably will. But that's the thing on the daily, you know, we could move 20 points here and it probably wouldn't be much on a daily bar. She's a lot more. Well, she's discovered her mouth now. But she was the cutest baby. Stunning as a baby she was, and then she sort of developed a mouth. Yeah, she's definitely changed now. That was 6 years ago, I think. 2019, yeah, 6 years ago. But she's definitely turned into a teenager now. But she had the longest hair I've ever seen in a baby. We'd had her hair cut 3 times. That was her first birthday. And I mean, look how long that hair is. It was just a mop. I remember the nurses were going, we've never seen a baby with hair this long. It was about 4 inches long when she was born. It was unreal. I've never seen a baby with hair that long. She's like you. Yeah, a lot of people say that. But no, I've never seen a baby with hair that long. It was about 4 inches long when she was born. It was unreal. Looks like a spike and channel, that. So maybe this is just a, let's have a look, just a bigger range. Anything I can think of? Yeah, they used to say sometimes, oh, ain't she beautiful? God, she's so like her dad. My wife hated that. It's definitely a spike and channel. So where the hell are we going here? So, in fact, someone's just got up the 10,000 tick chart. That actually makes sense. Let's have a look. I think we're just in for 2 legs, I think, now. Yeah, this just looks more rangy, I think. So, we got a leg and a leg up. Down, spike and channel often leads to another move down. So, I think really at the moment, channel down with a break, a couple of times. We're at the moment, I think we're just ranging. If you look at the daily, you know, we're still on par to. Why is that lag just shut up? Oh, doesn't like something. Something's froze up on mine. That lag, shut up. Is anybody else's lag up? Mine's my administrator's froze. Yours is fine. Might have been something. It just might not have liked it. Let's see if it works again. That one isn't moving. It's froze. Let me just disconnect. No, let me just shut it down a second and open it back up. Someone didn't like something. Still there. Oh, now I can move it. Okay, something, it just obviously froze up, I think. Connections. Okay, so what was I moving to the daily? Yeah, that thing was pushing up really. Now, is it going to come down? You just never know. It's filled that gap, but movement before the end of this bar could still end up bullish. So all this movement beforehand might not necessarily mean much on a daily bar, but this is clearly, you know, coming down quite strong. So maybe we're going to have a couple of attempts down and then up again. Maybe it'll, who knows? Like it's okay, you had the same. It seemed to happen when that froze out of the chart. So I don't know, maybe I took on too much for a second. Let's put my thingy back. Yeah. So sell.
Order submitted.
Order, 1, 2, 3, everything's fine. Close.
Order
Buy,
canceled.
limit order.
Order submitted.
Happy days.
Order
They're opening
canceled.
beauty for them. That is great. It's so much quicker. So spike and channel. We've come down to the midline. Now we could bounce here and then push up. But I think I've stayed out of stuff like this before and we've had a nice second entry short. But I'm just going to take this trade on its merit. Yeah, Dan's got it as that as well, so that's happy days. Let's have a look at Mr. Wade. Yeah, see, Thomas Wade does have his unusual sometimes. Thomas Wade's got his like that. I don't think it is. It looks clearly like a spike in a channel to me. So we could have a leg and a leg down, in which case we may get a bigger break. But we have bounced off the midline, so patience is the key here. There's nothing you could do there. You didn't know it was going to do that. I'd like to see a triple test here, a couple of legs up. That one is vulnerable, I think. Okay, I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break. I'll just be here in a minute. You could do it, unfortunately. It's just slipping away, isn't it? I was hoping we'd get another leg up. We may. Trouble is, we're at this midline. There's always a possibility that this thing could bounce. You know, I'm looking at this daily. Done it again, am I? Okay. If you take that away, 2 legs up. You fill that gap, see, so I don't know, I could come down and retest it. It's hard to know, really. Once it felt that gap was pushing up strong, for me it was going to go straight up, and it may come back in an hour, and it could be up here. Who knows? It was only one account because that was my newer account and I haven't locked that away with the rest of them yet. And it was back here somewhere. That was it there. We'd had a leg down, 2 legs up. I expected a second leg down. It's relatively clear that, isn't it? Got a leg and a leg and a leg and a leg up. Push, push. So for me, this was coming down, so I took that. In fact, before I locked it, that was more bullish, which trapped it. So for me, it was a matter of just getting below there, but you know, it's just 2 legs down with a correction in between. So I just took on the one. And the reason I only took it on the one is the others are locked away till I can't trade till 2 minutes after the market opens. It's just a new one, so I kind of have it as a floating, account. But now it's up to just under $1,000. I'll lock it away with the rest. 1,000 tick charts seems like there are more opportunities. There can be, yeah. What I've found is sometimes when you get a channel up here and you get a break. I looked at a trade a month ago. We had 2 legs down and a move up. Now, expected the highs, but there was no high or low. And on the 1,000 tick chart, there was a beautiful high or low and it worked beautifully. So sometimes you get 3 bars here, 1,000 tick chart turns it into 6 bars. So you got a chance of getting it. So I trade this 2,000 tick chart, a second one with break at end of day, which just gives you a slightly different opportunity. See how that bar's more bearish, that one's more the other way. So I trade 2 of these and the 1,000. So they're all the same thing. So I don't want to crisscross paths with trading the NQ, trading the ES, trading the CL. I tend to find you focus on one more than another, and you tend to, neglect certain elements of it. So I kind of I'm trading the whole thing, and the whole same area is going in the same direction, but it just the 1,000 breaks this down a little bit and gives me a second opportunity of a lower high or a higher low, and the second 2,000 just gives me a better opportunity. Full stop. So it's quite of a nice combination, I think. So channel down, 2 pushes up. Now, is this a triple test? Would I consider this a triple test? Not really. This is just a move down. It is 2 legs up. And is it going to continue down? I'm a bit on the fence here because my overall, looking at the daily, thinks it's more bullish. But it could still come down a bit lower and test a low. So I'm a bit on the fence. And we got this spike and channel. We had a break in a new low. Doesn't mean you still can't get 2 pushes up and then down it comes. So I'm gonna have to just sort of keep an eye on this and see what it does. I put this line here because I expected a couple of legs up. See, ordinarily you get a channel down and a correction that often leads to a second leg, so potentially get a really big move. We had one yesterday. Where was it? Was it that one? Which the one I took? Wasn't that one? I can't remember where it was now. That was the one, I think. Yeah, we had this big move down, a push up, we'll attempt a new low, 1, 2, 3, big bearish bar. Yeah, that was the one. And often they lead to, so, you know, if you look at that, we had that leg down to there and a second leg down from there. Look at that. Boom, and then up. So often leg down, a nice correction. I really like that. I remember saying I should hold on to this. And I wish I had done, but I got out my normal 3 points. But if I'd have held on for this move, I mean, look at that. I don't even want to look at it again. So when you get confident with reading the charts, you can, you know, you can go for these bigger moves with a decent setup with quite a degree of accuracy. But you've got to have that confidence. The trouble is I still consider myself a scalper because I do go just for small moves. And sometimes when you're in trades for, you know, 5, 10, 15 minutes, it just, I find it does havoc with your nerves, which is why I kind of like to get in and out. But, you know, as my trading progresses, as I get more confident in my skill and my ability and you get more prolonged success, there's a time where you get a leg down and a beautiful second entry that I think that I am going to at some point go, this has got to be worth holding. Because why get 3 points when you can get 5 times that, you know? But you've got to wait until it's super clear. Like you say, context has to be super clear. I mean, we had one just over a week ago. It was a beautiful one. And the ATR was high. Just in that first move, went for 26 points. So, I mean, 26 points. You got 8 trades of profit in one go. 26 points, that's $1,300. If I could get $1,000 per month off each account, I'd be over the moon. So that is a potential month. You can change your whole month, just one trade like that. But you've got to be confident and it's got to be clear. So there's a little kind of a double bottom there. So maybe not so much on there, but it looked better on this other chart. This looked much clearer. So bounce, bounce, and a bounce there. So methinks this is going to go up. We did make a new low here. We did on the 1,000 tick chart. So I could be completely wrong, but I still think the overall is bullish. Now we've bounced on this midline, and the daily for me is more bullish. So I just don't think it's going to get down here, and I think it's got halfway, which is enough. So might be referring to your early morning 3 test and drop. Very clear, no heat. Yeah, this, if you get that right setup, it can change. It can literally change your month. Just one good trade. We had one last week which looked even better. Can't remember where it was now. It might have been when we had that gap. Yeah, that's it. But I get back to normal time next week. Clocks go forward on. I quite enjoyed trading an hour early. It's given me an extra hour of trading a day, 4 hours. I'm surprised 4 hours goes like that, to be fair. 3 hours used to exhaust me because I was focusing and concentrating much. But you can look at this subjectively, can't you? You can sort of sit back and you know areas where you need to pay more attention, but you can just be browsing this. I suppose it's like when you learn to drive, isn't it? Initially, it tires you out. I could drive 300 miles without a break. Doesn't bother me in the slightest. But you do get used to just knowing these areas where you need to pay a little bit more attention. While the thing's rocketing off like this, there's not really a lot you can do. Is it going to retest this bomb? I don't think it will. We've bounced twice now right on that middle line, which is kind of 50% that big move. And I think the overall, personally, looking at the daily, is bullish. So we'll see. Anything could happen. All it really is just it's getting confident on the direction that price is going and hopefully finding a setup to take you there. So 2 legs back. I'm not going to take this if it's a bullish bar because it's too tight. I got caught out with this a couple of weeks ago. But there is a lower high there. Still a bit unclear though. I prefer it to come out a little bit. It is a second entry. It may work, but I'm just sitting tight here at the moment. There is a bearish bar and a lower high there, so there may be traders selling that. So that may give a target to pick off liquidity, but it's a bit sideways. I prefer a leg and a leg, really. So I'm just going to sit on the fence here. Neither of my other charts are looking attractive. They said the 2000 tick chart. I've just got an inside bar here. Nothing on the 1000 tick chart, so nothing for me. It may work, but my guess is it's a little bit sideways and it could come down, take that out. I think it, you know, sometimes the lowest point is sometimes, you know, safe, and things get picked off around this area. That will stay safe, but just I'm not interested in this at the moment. I trust me feeling. Does it look right? Do I get a nice warm fuzzy feeling, or does it fill me full of dread? I'm just leaving this. Doesn't interest me. Okay, excuse me a sec. I'm just going to pour myself another scotch. This is interesting. Just looking at the 1,000 tick chart, we've got a push up, one attempt to go higher. There's a higher low there, which is now triggered. 2 legs back and a higher low. I'm not thinking about going long. I'm thinking about this may come down. We had this push up. We had another push up. Didn't quite get up there. So I don't know whether this is losing some momentum. There is a higher low. I wouldn't have taken it, but it did make profit, I think. I just figured that out wrong there. It would have to push through there for me. Would have worked. I just didn't want to take it. It is 2 legs back and it is a higher low, but are we losing momentum? You know what I mean? Possible wider. Yeah, there is. I mean, I wouldn't be thinking of going short here. For me, we got a spike in the channel with a break of new low. So for me, this is likely to go up. Now, there is a second entry long there. It's not the worst trade in the world. It is off the bottom, but it's quite close that, and it's a bit cramped. And I've been caught out there. I kind of much prefer, you know, something a little bit wider, this type of thing, to ride that up. So I just sit tight here. It's a bit early for a wider channel. For me, it's just a leg with a break at the moment. So it's nice to see Taylor's in, Max. He's another trader I like. Taylor. He went for a rough patch, but he's sorted himself out. So this is... Let's have a look at Dan's chart at the minute. So he's just posted that 3 minutes ago. So let's have a look. So he's got a bit of an overshoot there. So he's got this spike and channel. He's taken a trade today. He's just marked these others as interested. I think he's taken them. But he stretches his chart out, and I think that looks better. Look at this. You wouldn't guess of the trade, would you? But look, 2 legs down and a strong bar up, and it worked. I don't know if he took it, but that one he took. Break, new low. But he is one to look out for. Incidentally, you can join this. He charges, it's about $25, I think, per month to be in this Discord. He is one of the better traders that I know, trading Max. I rate him as a trader more than Thomas Wade. I'm not saying Thomas Wade's a bad trader, but I think, for me, I think he takes less losses, and I think is Thomas Wade tends to go for wider stuff. Now, when I looked at this earlier, Thomas Wade had this. So Thomas Wade goes for wider stuff where you have these big kind of areas. I used to do that, but I've moved away from that, and it's helping me trade the charts. And if you look at Dan, he keeps things very tight and very stretched out. If you stretch them out, sometimes big drop back and a push up. Now, who was the guy we used to watch? What was his name? Oh, sorry, Wilson. If you notice Wilson's charts, they're very like this, Wilson's charts, and they don't break up this stuff. Have you noticed that with Wilson? They're like this. It's not as clear. So second entry long there, look at that second entry long there. If you really stretch that out, we've had a big push down and a rejection off there. So that trade there looks quite enticing now. So I think, you know, the more you have this compact, you don't get that kind of three-dimensional look at what price is doing. Whereas if you open up, it's kind of very much, you know, two-dimensional. But if you do that, I think it makes things easier. But Wilson, he has things flat, and I think sometimes it gives you that wrong. You took that. I don't think it was for me, I took a trade like this a few weeks ago and I lost it. And the reason I lost it is because I thought it looks a bit clumped, and I would prefer it a little bit wider. But when you stretch that out, it doesn't look that bad. Now, there may be a small overshoot there, but it's negligible. So, you know, it's one of those that, well, when you look like that, there could be, but it didn't make a difference. We had a correction, it pushed up. So would I take it out of valuation? 100%. You know, I try and go for, on my account, really high probability trades, ones that are very obvious. And I don't mind missing stuff like that because it keeps me, you know, if I'm winning trades and I'm making money, you kind of get used to doing things a certain way. So I would rather take 3 or 4 trades a week and miss things that I thought it could catch you out. You know what I mean? But, you know, I know Dan takes a lot different trades than me, but he has a good win rate. And some people take different trades. It depends. If you take a lot of them and you get success with him, that'll be on your, you know, that'll be one of your playing hands. Sent you that one on Discord. Let me have a look. You're up here, aren't you? Yeah. Yeah, see, you've got a bearish bar here, haven't you? In here, slightly bearish. I haven't. It just goes to show how different there can be. Yeah, yours looks a lot more bullish, doesn't it? So it just goes to show the slight difference for, I don't know what word I was looking for. The slight difference in charts can make things a lot more appealing. I've even thought sometimes your mood, sometimes you feel a little bit, you know. I don't know. I find sometimes mood used to affect me. I try and keep my mood as stable as I can. But yeah, there's no possible overshoot there. It is a second entry long. Your bar looked better than mine, but if you stretch it out, it looks a lot more dynamic, doesn't it? And you know what I mean? So it's one of those things, isn't it? We're all slightly different. So my second chart was a main chart. Didn't look great, the context. Let me look at my other one. So this is on the other 2000 tick chart. There's an inside bar. That looks absolute naff. So, you know, I don't know. Sometimes having a second chart may make you avoid things or not. But yeah, that didn't look fantastic. This one, the 1000, didn't either, really. We had this. The only one thing I think that gave that game away that it may work was the higher low, but then it is congested there, so you just don't know. If there is an overshoot here, I'm looking at this as well. I'm thinking, is if we pushed up now, we're coming down to retest. So the trouble is there's so many different decisions going on in your brain. I tend to think you process them till someone says, I like it, or I don't like it. You know what I mean? Change the days loaded on your second chart. I have messed around with this. I think I've currently got this to 3. I've got my main chart to 7, I think. Yeah, I've got this to 3. Let's move it to 5, see if it makes a difference. We know what it looked like, didn't we? So that's loaded now. So it was an inside bar before. Is it froze or is it moving? That's moving. This ain't. Oh, it's moving now. Yeah, it's still an inside bar. Yes. Change it to 10. Let's have a look. The trouble is, the more days it loads, isn't that the slower it goes? Let's have a look. So, let's leave it a second. It's not an inside bar because you've got a wick there, but previously that was in there, but still doesn't give us anything. But I'll leave it at 10. There's no reason why I shouldn't try it at 10. See if it makes a difference. I'll have a go at anything if I think it might be worth a go, or it may make a difference. So yeah, the slightest difference in bars can be the difference between, and you know, your slight difference in your risk tolerance. It's going to be, you know, marginally different. I change my days, loaded every day. Yeah, I've tried a bunch of different ways just to see if you can see some sort of a pattern. got to say, I'm loving my trading days now. I'm really enjoying them. I did wonder whether I would always feel like this. Try to get the ticks remaining to be as far away from... Yes, didn't he say something like 500 ticks apart? It's a good point, that is. So at the moment, they're not. They're too close together. Can you see that? You can't. Let me bring it in. So that one's, say, 150s. That's... Yeah, so I think he said 500 apart, didn't he? So... Yeah, let's change that back to 3. See where we get. Let's give it a chance to load. So we're on 500 here. We're over 1,000 here. So they're over 500 apart comfortably. They're about 680 apart. So there you go. Let's see if that helps. Yeah. I'll give anything a try. I remember reading that. You have 900 apart. Yeah. So this one is, say, 200. This is 1,500. So... Okay, 0, 1,300. So they're about 1,300 apart. You've got yours 9. Okay, so that's closer, isn't it? So channel, break, new high, channel, small break. I want something a bit more dramatic. Yeah, it definitely makes a difference. It's definitely made me more money over time. I wish Apex had approved these other 3 payouts so I can trade these accounts. Yeah, they can't be greater than 1,000 apart, can they not? Okay. Let's put it back to 5 days, see if that helps. I'm pretty sure, if I remember, he was saying ideally 500 apart. Okay, so we're at 1,500 now. It's now still too much, isn't it? You said 10, didn't you? So let's try 10. Give it a second to load. Okay, 1,500, 1,700 now. Does it matter how long you do it? Your chart about 2, yeah. So at the moment, I've got 5 on here, and I've got 12 on here, 700 apart perfectly. That'll do me. That'll do me. Does it stay the same, or have you got to constantly reset it every time you jump on your chart? So, yeah, that's so. We're about coming to 0 now. We're 700 here, yeah. They're about 700, 680 to 720 apart. Changes every day. You just do it pre-market, yeah, okay. Yeah, I seem to remember when he wrote those notes on Thomas Wade's Discord. I seem to recall around about 500 or a little over 500. Excuse me a second. Sorry about that. That was the boss on the phone. And he plans soon to get a live account. Interesting point, actually. I was talking to my wife a couple of nights ago, and I said, we're going to have a sit down and work out the best thing to do. But at the end of April, depending on what I get, I might start putting a certain percentage of it into my own brokerage account. It makes sense if I'm starting to make regular money. So let's call 10,000 this month. That would be 2,000, wouldn't it? So that would be 20%. Now I trade one contract. I'd like to put enough in there that I can continue to trade one contract. So if I put $3,000 in there, on 3 points, I'll be risking 150, which would be 5% risk. Now, I've spoken to Dan about this. He thinks 5% risk is acceptable, taking these types of trades, because you're going for high probability trades. So it's not like you're going for risking one to make 4, and you may have a 40% win rate, so you could lose 6 trades. So if I look at my trader sync at the moment, my win rate is 90%. I haven't had a red day this month. I had a big red day in February, but my account's creeping under the 40,000. That's taking out everything I've put. So with this, you take a lot less losing trades. So I think 5% is acceptable. So what I might do is start with $3,000, and that would be a risk of around about 5%. And the plan would be not to touch any profits from that and just to let that slowly grow. Maybe keep it to 7,000, 8,000, and then drop my risk a fraction to risk maybe 3% or something like that, and then just let that grow. That way, if anything ever happened in the future with you get the I paid £1,000 for it about 3.5, nearly 4 years ago, and I haven't taken advantage of it, to be fair. So there's a couple of $100 in there at the moment. I just want to see how long it took. But I think it's important to do that, because ultimately you gain full control. You can do whatever you want, within reason. There's no issues with 30% rules and stuff like that. But I think it's part of the process. I wanted to wait until I start to feel that I'm on the right side of the journey, and then slowly build it, because obviously as that builds, you get a lot more control over your life. The trouble is, it's okay saying that if I'm making 200,000 a year from trading, I can decide to jump up and move abroad. But if anything ever happened with prop firms, you're kind of stuck, really. I'm relying on them. So if you've got your own account with some money, at least you've got a way of earning money should, the worst ever happens. Copy of trades, everything exactly the same. I've not done it, but I know it. I have been told multiple times it does work. So I think it's the natural. A few people have said to me, why don't you? I've ummed and ahed about it. I think you've got to get to... You all right, are you? I think you've got to get to the stage where you trust yourself. Hey, yeah, hey, yes, you have. And I haven't done really up until now, so I think now's the time. Mine does, but I have to connect to Rhythmic and Ninja Trader. Yeah. When I do it, which may be, I don't know, after next month, something like that, I'll have a chat with some of you guys who do it and find out the proper way of doing it. This looks like a head and shoulders pattern, doesn't it? Shoulder, head, shoulder. That's a bearish pattern. Is this going to come down? I don't trade much in mine. I would just... Yeah. I'm just going to continue with the one contract. I'm not in a rush. I just want to because I dare say when I do that, that might add an extra bit of thought in the background. But I think it's part of the process, isn't it? Now I'm thinking a leg and a leg down here. Unfortunately, we had nothing really. I was looking for maybe a lower high. you know, what the hell? That was weird. See, although I'm looking at move up on the daily, there's no reason why it can't come down and try and retest this area. Spike and channel, a leg with a break and a push up. So it does look to me like we may be coming down to test this area again. See if we can get maybe a failure or something. Yeah, see, Dan had a nice bar here. I'll tell her that it wasn't Dan, it was someone else. That didn't look too bad. Channel down, push up, almost like a triple test. That worked really nice on there. I'm not sure what the bar what chart that is. I had nothing here really. It's quite spread apart. That may have been a smaller time frame. Someone said, okay, someone said their bars are off. Looks like a little triple test there. So I'm thinking this, are we going to retest this or push further down? Whether the trader shorted here. On his chart, it did look like a triple test, yeah. I don't know how he's got his chart there, to be honest with you. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it is triple test. See, beauty is you're going to have traders probably going along there. Yeah, and then it came down. He's marked it, whether he took it or not marked it, but this looks a little bit different to my chart. Where's that gone? Looks a bit different. He's got a lot more bars here. So I've come off here. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 bars going out. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that looks like the 1,000 or maybe even the 1,200 tick. I know some of them use the 1,200. But 2 legs up here. I'm definitely looking at the same picture, aren't I? I think I am, yeah. Channel up, yeah. It looks like a smaller time frame, that. Yeah, someone said, is that the yes? CL. Oh, CL? That may be oil, actually. CL. It's the CL. It's oil. That's a CL. Yeah, didn't realise. He just mentioned it. It's very similar to this. Got 2 legs up. It just looked like more bars, so I thought it might be a... That's supposed to be... Marco messaged me last week sometime and said he was trading this CL and got some success. I traded it, if you remember back maybe a year or so ago. I traded it for a while. I think was it Eric from Max Forum mentioned it, trading the 500 tick chart. I think for 10 ticks, it was very similar to the ES, you know, point for point or risk for risk. Risk for risk. but I found I was focusing on one more than the other. So it's okay if you can trade them both at the same time, but if you're focusing on one more than the other, it kind of was kind of a little bit irrelevant. So I stopped for a bit. So just looking at this on the 1,000 tick chart, that bullish bar's triggered, but it's not super clear. Want to go along there. Oh, Mr. Discipline today. Good. That's what you want. My discipline used to be awful. It's slowly come into line over the last few years, but it used to be awful. So there may be a channel down here. You have Joel's wrists. No, I don't even know who he is. He's having a sale at followable indicators. My copier came from. No, I use the Replicanto. I was fortunate enough they gave it me for free. They just messaged me one day and said, would you be interested in using it? And so I gave it a go. Best thing I ever did. I think it's the one bit of software I just never have any problems with. We haven't had a full leg down here, so I think these are vulnerable. So my gut feeling is this is going to come down. Let me just have a look at this 1,000 tick chart. No. It's just not very clear, really. This may be pushing up 2 legs down. We didn't get down here. That's quite a strong move there. Right, better spend at Garden Angel. I love Garden Angel Trader. It's a great bit of stuff. It's hard to trade this at the moment. It's not super clear. I was just looking at this. The 2,000 tick chart. We've got a big bearish bar here, which is triggered. 2 legs down. A bearish bar triggered. So for me, that's likely to get stopped out. I can't see why it wouldn't. So depending on how you trade these, you may decide to jump in here and just get yourself 2 points. I can't see how that wouldn't get stopped out. But it is off this, so it's just not something that would interest me. It's just, have we just got 2 legs down and is it going up, or is this the start of a channel? I mean, you've got possibly longs trap there. Sometimes it's just not clear. What I used to do, if it's not clear, I used to go with, oh, well, let's just try this. Looks like it's doing this. I don't do it now. If something's not clear, I just think, sod it, just stay out of it. It's just not worth it. Okay. One of my payouts have been approved. I don't know why I put 3 in the same time. So what account is that? It doesn't say. Let's have a look. Money hasn't come off it yet. Hopefully it will. I don't know what account it is. Let me have a look. Last time, about 3 of them did it at the same time. So let's have a look. Quest payouts. So one's approved, which is account number 29. Let me just reboot Rhythmic. It should sort it out then. I can trade that one then if one gets sorted out. I don't know why they don't have some kind of software that can automatically check this thing in seconds. No, it's not come off yet. I think it's only just gone. It might take a while. 1, 2, 3, 29. No, it's still showing. Now I could technically get it and risk it now. Ah, okay, no, it has. Was it 29? I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's done it. 29, yeah, it has. Reset it. So let's drop 29 in there. Okay, beautiful. So that takes us up. Let's add 500 to that. March. Boom. So let's add, turn that to a 6. Beautiful. So I got 2 more. The next one will take me over that magical 10,000. So hopefully I put them in at the same time. Hopefully that should be pretty quick. So it did work. It's just a little bit too. I mean, the one thing I'll say is there's probably buyers there. Now, you don't know it's going to do that. If you did, obviously we'd trade it, but it's only really a first entry. You could argue it's a failure. Maybe it's not too bad. If it was up here and I got space to take out these 2 big bullish bars, then that may be more interesting. But I left it nonetheless. So now this is interesting. So we bounced here and here after filling that gap on the daily, and I didn't think we'd come back down. It's amazing how quick this market, even on the daily, can look from being completely bullish like we're pushing up to all of a sudden coming down again. So big channel down over the last couple of months, month and a half, whatever. Leg and a leg up. Bullish bar there. That's where we had that big gap. So we had that big strong move, came straight down this second bar today, fill that gap right to the tick, and then reversed immediately. So you think, great place to buy. Now that looks to channel up to me. We may still, it may mess around for the day and then push up, or it may come down and try and take out areas like this. Just depends. It won't be because of my deep pockets. This, obviously, there's bigger companies at play here doing this or whatever, but I didn't think it would come down any further after filling that gap. that gap kind of, I don't know, kind of resets it. And then all of a sudden we seem to have that momentum, but now it's not looking so like that. I mean, as I say, you know, these bars, as we know, can, you know, that bullish bar, I'm pretty sure it didn't just go up and that was it. It went up, down, up, down, up, down, you know, on its merry way. But this could possibly come down now and take that bar. Be interesting to see what happens if we get to this area here. But to me, that just looks like I'm just treating this for now as a measured move, which I'm guessing will get us round to where we opened. Is that the second one? Let's have a look. Fantastic. Approved. Number 2. What number's that? So that's put me over that magical. So hopefully the third one chimes in as well. Which number was that? It was either 32 or 41. 32 still there. 41 still there. So if I reset that. So second one's approved, which is 132. Let me just shut down this. At least I haven't missed any trades today, and open up again. I'm guessing the third one will be quite soon then. So that was 32. So where's 32? Drop further down. Yes, 32's come out. Fantastic. One to go. So I can change that now to the magical 10,000. So it's 10,150. Is that right? Yeah. Wow. Never thought I'd see that day come. Fantastic. Another 500 on there. I put that up to a little bit more than I was hoping for. So fantastic. I really didn't think this day would come. Well, I know I probably didn't actually, if I'm honest. But sometimes, you know, I've always been one of these people that if I've wanted something, I've always pretty much got it. Now, am I ever going to run the mile in under 4 minutes? I'm very, very doubtful. But as long as it's doable, there's always that possibility that you can do it if you just don't give up. Now, people who go to university, thank you, mate. I appreciate that. People who go to university and go to, you know, do their A-levels, go to university and work their arse off through college, university to get a career. I never really did that. I went to catering college for 2 years and I spent my younger days in a kitchen and I was around food, so it was always kind of enjoyable for me. But, you know, I admire these youngsters who, you know, spend time in the bedroom working hard on their exams. Obviously in the UK, GCSEs, and they go over to do A-levels and they, you know, it's a big choice for a young person to say, that's the career I want to do for the rest of my life. You know, I never had an idea. I wished I did, but I didn't. You know, and asking someone, that's like asking someone to pick a pair of jeans that you're going to wear for the rest of your life. You know, especially from a woman's point of view, it doesn't work that way. So I never really knew. So I do admire people who do that sort of thing, and I never did. So for me, this journey is like my university education, which kind of never happened. So you post on Pat's Facebook group. Thank you. Brilliant. I appreciate that, mate. Trading with Hunter. Thank you, mate. I put it on there because I think it's important to show people that when you're having a tough time, that if you stick at it, you know, it wasn't long ago that I put my first ever post on there. I've just started Pat's. I've been trading for a month. I put my own money in there and I've blown it. Is this normal? I remember Marco saying to me, it's all part of the journey, mate. So I like to post stuff. I don't generally update people with what I'm doing, but I like now and again, if I get some success, I like to say to people, you guys have helped me. And part of my success is being around other people, sharing it with, and making it a lot easier, and making it a lot easier to take. So I think it's important to, thank people who've helped you, because, without people around you, you're on your own. You know what I mean? I remember watching your stream a long time ago where you were saying you were throwing your computer monitor out the window. I mentioned that a couple of days ago. Yeah, it was. It was my bottom left monitor. I think I lost another account. I gave it a thump and literally pulled it off the stand. And my wife said, "No, it's still working." And I punched it another 3 times, threw it out the window. And I think it was a friend of my wife's came round, and she answered the door and she went, I think there's a computer screen and you're gone. So I know, yeah. So when they say blood, sweat and tears, I've had sweat, I've had blood on my knuckles, and I've had 2 lots of tears. So I know we do these things. I'm just wondering why that's why traders have many monitors, because they tend to get through everything. But yeah, I know, yeah. 1 month, So look, can Replicanto copy across different prop firms? Yeah, it sort of can. Now, if you use NinjaTrader, you can trade multiple prop firms as long as I think you can trade 2 at the same time. So I've traded Apex on Rhythmic, and at the same time, my funded futures on Tradeovate. Whether you can trade multiple prop firms on Rhythmic or Tradeovate, I'm not sure. I know you can do it. So I've only tried it with 2 different prop firms, one on Rhythmic, one on Tradeovate. Beyond there, I'm not sure. But I do know if you use... what does Alpine use? What's the platform that Alpine uses? Oh, I've gone blank. Yeah, someone will mention it. There is a prop firm where I believe you can trade multiple ones. Quant Tower, yeah. So I know I can trade Apex on Rhythmic and my funded futures on Tradeovate. Whether I can add to those, I'm not so sure. But I know Quant Tower you can. No, multiple on Rhythmic. Okay. So you can trade 2 prop firms, one on Rhythmic, one on Tradeovate. So if you go down the road of having multiple ones, you've got to move platforms. Now, I downloaded Quant Tower maybe 6 or 7 months ago, and it's bloody complicated, I thought. Now, sometimes these things are all complicated, but the thing I love about NinjaTrade, it's very intuitive. It's easy to use. It's simple. There's minimal on the charts. Whereas I found Quant Tower, there's just stuff everywhere. So it depends. If I get to the stage where, my money's going up monthly and I think maybe now's the time to branch out a bit, I may have to, you're welcome, mate, you're welcome. I may have to look at something else. But there's other prop firms. If you can trade and start to really make money, it makes sense, I suppose, to look at places like people like, is it Tradeify? Straight to funded. I think it's $300 to $500, but you're straight on a funded account. And if you can't, I will tell you one thing. I know Bullanox won't let you trade at the same time with any other prop firms. Why they do that, I don't know, or how they know, I don't know, but apparently they do. So just be aware that if you use Bullanox, you're limited to just using Bullanox at that one particular time. Here's how it works. 1 Rhythmic per Ninja, Ultimate Tradeovate per Ninja. Oh, okay. So you could trade Apex on Rhythmic, My Funded Futures, Take Profit Trader on Tradeovate. Okay, so that makes it a little bit more interesting. So you're not just limited to having to move platforms. I mean, I've been trading this now for nigh on 4 years, and I know how it works. I use it every day. It's dead simple. And it's like if you've been using the same trowel day in, day out as a bricklayer, someone gives you another one, it's like, this doesn't feel right. So Invictus, thanks for that, bud. That's interesting. Sandbox software for multiple RT accounts. Okay, so there's a bit of software you can use. I don't know. I mean, if the time comes, I may look at one tower. We'll see. I mean, you know, the prop firm space is a big, it's a big untapped environment. There's a potential for a lot of money to be made there. I still think it's important to slowly grow your own when you can trade, just in case. You never know if something dramatic happens in the prop space, or if you've got all your eggs in one basket, which I have with Apex. You never know if some company happens to go bankrupt. You're kind of screwed, at least temporarily. So I think it's useful to maybe to add to your prop firms. Certainly not until you're making money. It's definitely swinging today, isn't it? Just see if anybody else has got any other types of charts. Has anybody got all that in one chart? No, it's not looking like it. I didn't think so. Testing the lower channels now. Is that Marco? Is that Marco? I think it might be. See, I'm looking at the moment for two legs, which we've kind of had and abouts there. So I think this is where we opened, isn't it? Excuse me a sec. My wife's taking my daughter up for a interview at college. She's nervous. Okay, so I like that. I think Marco might have heard. I like that. So Marco has put this. It's working, I think, off the midline a bit. So Marco has got that. That's what I love about technology. How's it working? He's got it a bit lower, I think. How would that look? Maybe there. That actually wouldn't look too bad. Working on the midline there and there. Yeah, I think Marco's got it something like that. Fits better there, doesn't it? So, remembering we have had two legs, so it may not continue down. Looking on that daily, it's hard to say here, really. I think the important part is we fill that gap. We've pushed right up. We immediately filled it and immediately reversed. And then we dropped again. So, you know, you could argue there's a channel with a break and a kind of a new high. It's not super clear. You know, I'll go as far as to say push up, sideways, push up, which is telling me it's a leg and a leg. So this may come down, possibly target this or test this area, but it is a maybe. It's more of an educated guess. So this could come down further, or it might just, this was the low here, this is where the gap was filled, or it may just come down and attempt to. But we have made a leg and a leg, and we've kind of had a bounce. So it's hard to say, isn't it? There's so much in the detail, isn't there? So much that goes on around your brain. Exponential. Thanks always, lads. I'm done for the day. Good green day for me. Good on you, mate. You take it easy, buddy. So look. Okay, so my two have been approved, waiting on the third one. So it was 46, so it's 15 minutes apart. So if they're 15 minutes apart, I should get me in any second. I got to say, you know, people say stuff about Apex this, Apex that. But whenever I follow the rules, I have always been paid. Always. I'd say over the last month, I've had 3 denials. But I knew I'd broken a rule, but then they pay me. So, you know, I know they've had a few hiccups lately, but all companies do. Most of the time you don't hear about it. That's the thing about social media. I think social media is great. It does, you know, help people. But I've never had an issue. If I follow the rules, I've been paid. So just, you know, keep that in mind with any prop firm. Sometimes, you know, you'll hear lots of stories and you'll hear disgruntled people maybe saying, oh, I haven't got paid and I follow the rules. I tell you something, I got paid. That first year I got paid with Apex a bunch of times, and I tell you now, I broke a load of the rules and I got lucky. So they've paid me a lot more than they probably should have done. So if you follow the rules, you know, you're going to get paid. Yeah, got paid twice this month. Yeah, if you follow the rules again. But look, Apex, look, that stuff about John Shelton, bloody. Look, every single company out there is constantly looking for ways to save money. Now, if you run a prop firm and you have rules, at some point, they didn't adhere to the rules, but at some point they're going to go, hold on a minute here. We've got to constantly look at price. Now, there's people breaking rules in. We're paying out hundreds of thousands extra a month when they're breaking the rules. And at some point, they're going to start to adhere to it. As companies progress, as their software gets better, as their capabilities get better, they're going to start to look for ways to save in money. Now, what it happened with John Shelton, it wasn't the most ideal thing. Normally, you wouldn't see that sort of stuff. That sort of talk would be there in a boardroom, because saving money is something customers don't really need to hear. All they want to know is, what's it going to cost me and what do I need to do to get paid? That's all we want to know. So I think they probably, you know, their first toe stubbing incident was when they said nothing. Everyone had broken rules, had a mass payout denial. Now, if they'd have come forward and said, okay, carte blanche, after this month, you follow the rules, otherwise we're going to start doing that, that would have gone down better. But, you know, companies, like all of us, they're human beings, they make mistakes and they learn from them. So if I really thought Apex was dodgy, I wouldn't have stuck so much money into them. Now, you may argue and say, yeah, but you make affiliates. I'm not like that. I don't randomly take money out of something or put money into something just because I make affiliates. I'm not like that. You know, I won't sit here and encourage people to buy affiliate after affiliate. In fact, I'll tell you the opposite. So I promise you now, if I didn't think Apex was going to pay me my money for the work I did, I wouldn't use them. I'd walk away in a heartbeat. I don't care if I lose money. That's not what it's about for me. So if they pay me and they're fair with me, I'll be fair with them. There's loads of talk and conversations here, there and everywhere. There's always going to be. That's what social media is. Social media is modern day gossip, which you used to get from so-called housewives back in the day when, you know, Mr. was out at work and Mrs. was at home with the kids. It's just second-hand gossip, half of it. So I tend to treat people on face value. If someone says to me I wouldn't spend time with him, he's an idiot. If he's nice to me, I'll be nice to him. You know, there's different people, different companies, different personalities. Some people don't work with others. You know, it kind of is how it is. Sorry if I'm waffling a bit today. Let's have a look. You'll feel better when you get your wallets. You'll put up with all the waffling. Let's have a look at Mr. Wade's charts. Where is he? I think he might be taking a break. I have these moments when I waffle. Might be the single malt that's added to it. It's not been the easiest day today, Tony, has it? I'll make sure I put something in there. It might be a piece of paper saying I owe you. Trouble is, if I don't do something soon, I'm going to have a stack of wallets that I'm stuck with. What I'm going to do is figure out the people that annoy me the most and send them the worst ones, the ones with a dodgy stitching. Is there another chat that you are responding to, or people you know that listening Thomas Ways and Dan's? I mainly talk with those. I think if anyone's talking about me, they're probably talking about me rather than to me. No, there's no others that I use. All I use is Dan's and Thomas's. Thomas Wade's. I don't know. Some people chit chat here, don't they? Sometimes they take a photo of me and manipulate it. I don't know. But, nice people in these. There's some nice people. I like spending my time with other people. It just makes this business a lot less boring, doesn't it? Sure, Mac has marked up 50 entries. He probably has done. We could all mark up 50 entries if we got given a chart at the end of the day. At least it's moving a bit today. That ATR's up a bit. It's been rocket low, isn't it? We've got a little bit more volume than yesterday. Perhaps when we were talking about Trump yesterday, perhaps he tuned in and listened. We wanted him to say something a little bit risky. That's a bit too broad, I think, at the moment. Yeah. No, the only people I respond to, Russell, that I talk to is you guys. Sometimes I'll say so-and-so has said something on Thomas's Ways, or Dan says this, but no, if I'm live talking, it's only to you guys. They're not special enough in those groups. It's only you guys that get the real me. They get the fake pretend version. Not sure about that now. Let me get rid of it. It's only you guys that will get the wallets. They won't. Still waiting on 41 Apex. Oh, it is so nice to get these. Payout approved, payout approved, payout approved, payout approved, payout approved, payout approved. Much better than denial. I've got to say, since Apex started doing the denials and started not taking you the whole 2,000 out, I think people are going to make more money. Going to head out of here and grab some dinner. Yeah, you too, Ben. I'll be doing the same soon. In fact, I may do a bit longer. My wife's took my daughter up for an interview at college at 5 o'clock, so I'm guessing they're not going to be back for an hour. So how long have we been going for? 3:45. I'll do another half an hour, I think. So it's 32 and 29. 32, super. So it's 41 I'm waiting on. Why the switch from 1 to 2 losses? The reason, Darius, is I've changed from 2 contracts to 1, bud. So they're the same thing. One loss, 2 contracts, 2 losses, 1 contract. So you're stopping, are you? You're welcome, mate. So what I found is trading 2 contracts, I was getting a bit scared to get into trades. So I thought, you know, I think it's important to take a loss and still have to continue to trade rather than say 1 loss, I'm out the game. So I thought if I move down to 1 contract, it makes sense, doesn't it? Half the risk, double the amount of losses. It gives me that practice of having to take a loss and still keep calm and trade for a bit longer. I think it's important to have that. And I've got to say, since I did it, I've just found trading so much less stressful. So I think coming down to 1 contract not only is giving me that little bit of discipline or responsibility to say, okay, I've had 1 loss, but I'll continue to trade. It's also taking the sting out of that risk as well. So it's been win-win. So that's why I've done that, Darius. So I agree. Great to hear it's working. It is. You know, we've all heard people say if you're getting, you know, if you're getting stressed and you're revenge trading, you're risking too much. And I'm pretty sure if we all risk $10, the stress will completely go. But it may take you years and years and years to make any money. So you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Now, obviously, with trading your own money, that's very different than trading the prop firm. You know, if I trade my money and I want $2,500 to trade with, I'm risking $2,500. Whereas if I have 1 PA from Apex, I've still got $2,000 to trade with, but it's only cost me $125. So, you know, it's worth that little bit more risk to grow that account. But I think two contracts for me is a bit much. And not only that, the ATR has been ridiculously high lately. So it's working for me. I'm not so scared to take in a trade. You know, so we've got to try these things, and we move around, try a few things and see what works. But I was always adamant I was going for 2 contracts. But this seems to really suit me. So it's surprising how you change, you know, with each different, you know, thing that you adjust. Darius, that sounds like a Scottish name. Where are you from, Darius? I used to know a Darius. Or is it just because he was Scottish, it might seem like a Scottish name? Are you Persian? Born, live in the USA. Okay. Never been to the US. It's on my list. In fact, I did have an uncle that lived in San Francisco. He passed away a while ago, a couple of years ago. You done as well? You take it easy, buddy. I like Scottish whiskey. You and me both, mate. You and me both. I'm drinking one now. Well, I've just about finished one. He obviously hasn't said 300. Talking about the film, I'm assuming, aren't you? Yeah, I'm a Scottish whiskey fan. I've been drinking a bottle of 15-year-old Glenfarclas, which I paid just under £100 for. I thought if I'm going to hit $10,000 a month, I've got to treat myself. Yeah, I come to Houston. I'll give you the tour. Houston. Houston. Nice Lagavulin 16, my treat. I had one of those at Christmas, actually. Not a bottle, I bought a double, which cost me about £17. But that's the peated whiskey, isn't it? I like the peated ones. I've got a 10-year-old bottle of Leche downstairs in a box. In fact, when I went to the whiskey shop where I live, and I spent £160 in there. I bought that bottle of 15-year-old Glenfarclas, and the Leche. I'd had the Leche, the Sinclair edition. I think it's a Sinclair edition, but I'd never had the 10-year-old. So I love my peated whiskies, I've got to say. And I've had the 8-year-old Lagavulin, but not the 16. It's about £70-80 where I live. And it's just never been in the right place when I've been there with the money at the time. But I did have one at Christmas. I had that. And I had a Port Charlotte as well. I had a double of each. Paid about £35 for 2 doubles. Shocking, isn't it? You have the same mouse as me. It's the Logitech Master 3. Beautiful mouse. I love it. I had the Master 2 for about 2 years. And my daughter was after a mouse, so I thought I'd upgrade. But they're about £80, I think, but I love it. It's a great mouse. Nice. It just fits my hand perfectly. It's super smooth. Yeah, I love it. So yeah, same. It's great. It's a nice mouse. I know some people, say, talk about we should have wired. If it's reliable, I've never had a problem with this. I do under the table, or I did have a corded mouse just on the off chance something went wrong, and my PC's down here attached to my desk, and it's got a USB at the front, so I can always pop one in if I got into an emergency or something like that. But yeah, I love this one. Just it fits the hand beautifully. Nice and smooth. But yeah, I had the MX Master 2. And then I moved up to the 3. It's a great mouse. If it's in your hand for 3 hours a day, you've got to have one you like, haven't you? But I said the other one, I literally wore the skin off it. You could see literally finger marks and palm mark where I'd been sitting. But you got a wild one. Yeah, I've got a... I can't remember what it is. It's somewhere anyway. I recently moved my desk and I got 2 new widescreen monitors, so I put it somewhere. It's a gaming one or something. I think you should buy a decent mouse. Don't get a cheap one. It does make a difference on how smooth they are. Some cheap mouse, a mouse to a trader is like a trowel to a bricklayer. It's got to be a good quality one that works flawlessly. You buy a cheap trowel, it's going to fall apart. Let's replace my Darth Vader Elite gaming mouse because the left button kept popping orders in. Oh, crikey, you don't want that, do you? No, I think sometimes the less buttons on them. I know some of them have ridiculous amounts of buttons. I've not tried the others, to be fair. I just use that obviously the left side, the right side, and the wheel. There is a wheel on the side, but yeah, I don't click anything, to be fair. I think they should do just a proper trader's one where you get 2 buttons and a wheel. End of. But they, some of these new fandangle ones, there's bloody buttons everywhere. But this is quite limited, actually. And you can obviously change the buttons. You can sort of personalize them if you want, but this works lovely. I love it. It's hard to know what's going on. I am just going to go and get myself another drink. I'll be about sorry, mouse spazzed out on me. What's that look like? That's not too bad. Okay. Yeah, there's nothing you could do here. Yeah, this was another one I picked up from the whiskey shop. 10-year-old Lecheg. Heated ones. I like these Lecheg. I had the Sinclair edition one last year sometime. That's quite light. That is very light in colour. 10-year-old rich peat smoked spice from the Isle of Mull. 14 units a week. 46.3%. No added colour. I said it was light. Non-chill filtered. That's what the purists love. So when you start adding water, you get your Scotch mist. I don't use water, but the purists love this sort of stuff. They don't think you should water whiskey down. Me neither. I was going to pour it in that one then. That's probably not wise. Sound. Just a wee drop. Hide that away from me wife. I should be having some of it later. Oh, that is absolutely lovely. Oh, peated. Oh, that is beautiful. You know, the first time I ever tried peated, it was I forget what it was now. It was a quite a wide bottle with a black label. I forget what it was. It was maybe 7 or 8 years ago. No, it's a lot longer than that. I can't remember what it's called. I bought this whiskey and I tasted it and I thought, oh my God, that is disgusting. And I put it in the cupboard. And I remember going to a whiskey tasting thing one year, maybe 10, 12 years ago. And I said I bought this peated whiskey. And they said, just keep having little sips of it. Just keep having sips. It's by far my favourite now. When you first smell it, it smells burnt. It's horrible. But when you get used to it, it's absolutely beautiful. That's not strong at all, really. That would normally butter up my nose. That's really not strong. Consider it's 46%. It doesn't burn your nostrils. Oh, that is stunning. Oh, if you don't drink whiskey, you are so missing out. Takes time to get to know it and time to get to appreciate the flavour. It burns your mouth out at the start, but that burn goes. You know, it's like having really, really beautiful cheese. I remember the first time I ever tried Stilton, I thought it was absolutely foul. The more you eat it, the more it just hits the right places. I've tried that one. I've heard good things. Yeah, I've had the Sinclair edition. I've never had the 10-year, and I was just on an hour in what to buy. I nearly bought the Port Charlotte, and then I saw this one, and I went with that. The good thing is about whiskey, though, I know in the UK they have really good sales on. Yeah, 46. The thing is, it's like curries. Some people, I know my brother can. He grows his own chilies. He can eat really hot stuff. I can't. But this now, it's 46%, does not burn my mouth in the slightest. You do get used to it. It burns less and less. But then you start to get to appreciate the flavour. And it's not like drinking a cold, refreshing orange juice. It's got a lot more beefy to it, but it's just something about it that you really start to appreciate. It's odd. You wouldn't think drinking something that tastes like paint stripper, you would ever get to, but it's surprising. If you give it enough time, it's surprising how you really start to appreciate it. Now, I remember I never really smoked as such. Occasionally I did, but I remember going to Cuba and having some Cuban cigars, and it's surprising how you can really grow to appreciate something. I spent about 80, 90 pound, and I bought back a big box of 20 Cohibas. Now, if you buy Cohibas in the UK now, they're about £65 each. So there's probably about $1,500 worth of them. But it's surprising how you begin to appreciate these things. Now, I'm 55 now. Whether it comes with age or what, I don't know. But first time I ever tried whiskey, I thought it was disgusting. I thought, how could you drink that? But then I started drinking a bit more because I used to get bloated drinking beer. I'd have 3 pints and I'd be blowing at the seams and I'd be peeing every 5 minutes. But with whiskey, you still get that nice tipsy drunk feeling, but you're not going to the bathroom every 5 minutes. And as soon as you start peeing, you dehydrate yourself and you wake up in the morning, your head's pounding. They are, yeah. Now, I don't smoke anymore. I used to, but I have asthma. It's not bad. But I kind of gave up any type of smoking when my daughter was born about 16 years ago. But I really used to appreciate a cigar just once in a while. And if you go to Cuba, you kind of gotta have a go, haven't you? You know, when in Rome, you got to have a go. And you do start to appreciate. Maybe it is with age. I don't know. Maybe it is. I'm getting long in the tooth. But I just find having a whiskey. I rarely go through a night without having one. Now, I rarely have 2 or 3 doubles. I've had a couple of doubles there, but there is also, with a small amount of whiskey, no more than a double a day, there's massive health benefits. Surprising. So that's how I sold it to my wife. That's big. So I'm just looking at this quickly. Yeah, don't drink too much because you may end up doing stupid things while you're trading. We got this, what looks like a 2-tier channel, a break. It's a bit congested. I think it'll go lower, but it's a bit congested, so that straight away adds more risk. Now, there's a bullish bar there, so that is got triggered. Now, if we'd taken that bullish bar now, would we expect that to win? No. And how is that trade going to lose? It's going to lose by getting stopped out. So if you got in there, down to the bottom, there's over 3 points. So I would expect that to lose. But because it's congested, for me, I won't take it because it does make it a lot more unpredictable. I call BS on that. You've not grown up yet, Tony. That's what it is, mate. Yeah, I'm guessing you're still relatively young. You wait till you get to 55, mate. You'll be puffing on a pipe and drinking bottles of scotch. I take all comments. You're 50 in May, still a baby, mate. I'm 55. You really? I don't know. I'm beginning to feel old lately. The only downside to me is I'm thinking if I get to the stage where I'm earning a ton of money and I end up dying early, it's, you know what I mean? You wait all your life and you end up getting to your 50s and you get struck down with some sort of weird, freaky cancer or something. And I'm thinking, oh, I know my wife's going to be well pissed off if I die early because I've given her all these promises on what sort of life we're going to have, where we're going to live and how much money. I'll be surprised if she even buries me. I'm curious about the mental benefits of drinking while trading. Well, there's health. I never said mental. I said health. Mentally, it's probably the worst. It's probably the worst thing to do. But there is health benefit. Well, I mean, look, you could say, for instance, that it takes the sting out of the nerves. I think it's a bad idea if that's why you're drinking. See, if I read this every day, and that way I just drink more and more, because I figure the more I drink, the healthier I'll become. Whiskey has high levels of polyphenols, plant-based antioxidants linked with lowering your risk of heart disease. Polyphenols on whiskey has been shown to decrease. So look, whiskey is dark grain alcohol made all over the world. First of all, like medieval Scotland and Ireland and Gaelic, blah, blah, blah. Let's find the interesting bit. Nutrition. Yeah, it's very low in calories. So whiskey is a source of phosphorus, thiamine, zinc, iron, and niacin, otherwise known as vitamin B3, I think. Potential benefits of whiskies: calories, spirits, essential for the same. Whiskey has no carbohydrates or sugar. It's allergic acid. May reduce bodily inflammation. So it lowers the risk of obesity, lowers inflammation. Whiskey has high levels of polyphenols. It's proven to reduce the risk of heart disease. It shows decrease in bad LDL cholesterol, good increase in HDL cholesterol, and reduces triglycerides dramatically, or fat in blood. It's relief for cold symptoms. Whiskey widens blood vessels. It helps to reduce mucus in the sinuses and chest. It better deals with sickness and infection. It helps symptoms of cold and flu, coughing and wheezing. This just keeps getting better. Where's my bottle? I'm going to have another. Immune system. Scientists are unsure why, but several studies link moderate alcohol consumption to improved immunity. It helps to remove bacteria. It's got brain health. There's massive health benefits. It helps the nervous system. It helps reduce the risk of dementia and Alzheimer's disease. It helps with heart problems, mental and cognitive help. It helps reduce and reverse liver damage. It reduces the risk of studies have shown small amounts of alcohol of whiskey consumption can reduce your risk of mouth cancer, throat cancer, esophageal, blah 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 blah. So it's got massive health benefits. So I figure if I get up to where I'm drinking a bottle a day, I'm going to be to live for maybe 200. Never know. What you're reading? Yeah, I mean small amounts, moderate amounts. Small amounts. I think they're talking 1 to 2 shots a day, obviously, if you're drinking too much. But yeah, small amounts. It's like anything, too much of a good thing. But yeah, small amounts. Look at this. Maker's Mark is the first one I ever drank that. Maker's Mark. First time I ever really sampled anything. It was about 18 years ago, maybe. A company I used to work for. Is this my other Apex one? Payout approved. Fantastic. So 3 payout approved today. So that puts me. Let's have a look. There you go. 1, 2, 3. All today. 446, 5 something. So 3 more payout. So that has put me to comfortably over the 10,000 mark. Yeah, a company I worked for, we had a friend come over, or he had a friend come over. I knew the guy who owned the company, and he brought a bottle of Maker's Mark. Never tried it before, didn't like it, but after drinking a third of a bottle, I thought it was okay, actually. I felt quite merrily drunk, but I never had the bad hangover. 650. Because with me, whenever I start drinking beer and I start going to the toilet, I can't stop, and you just wake up. You wake up with a thumping headache. Let's have a look. Overtrading has been my problem in the past. I found that having separate eval accounts that I trade with different systems more aggressively has helped me trade pure pats. So let me just read that again. So I have found that having different separate evaluation accounts and trade with different systems. See, when you say trade with different systems, so I would say from what I know about trading, what small amount I know about trading, is you find a strategy and you stick with it. Most strategies will work. If a strategy doesn't work, it's usually, it's a mental game. So when you say trade in different ways, what I would do now, when I started trading pats, occasionally I went over and traded a little bit the penguin style trading, which is like a slightly blown out version of Pat's. And I come to the conclusion that I keep coming back to Pat's, and I think the reason why Pat's is taken long is not because it's Pat's, it's because that's how long it takes to read the charts and to learn it. You know, I don't think there's an easier... A strategy is a strategy. A strategy is a way of entering and exiting the market. Now, if the market's going down, there's multiple different ways of getting in on that move, but ultimately the move's going down. So they kind of all say the same thing. So if it's not working for you, I'd say it's probably because you haven't given it enough time. Now, if you're very impatient, then probably scalping may not be for you. But I would say overtrading is something I've done, and overtrading is something I think everyone will admit to doing at some point. So all I would say is the probably best way to describe it is wait for what you believe to be a solid setup. When we take a trade, we know in our own mind, is that a really good setup? If you genuinely believe it's a good setup and you take it and you lose it, I could always deal with those losers. It was the ones where I thought, oh, I'll have a go. Let's just jump in and have a go. Sometimes you have that impulsive decision. Those are the ones that used to send me on tilt. But when you slowly start to filter those out, and the only really way of doing that is just time. You take crap trades, you lose, and you get to the stage where you've kind of figured it, I've had enough of it, and you wait a bit longer and you take better trades and less of them. But less trades for me means more profits. So most days I'll take one trade. I rarely take two in a day. I would say one day a week I don't take a trade at all, maybe two. But you don't need to take a lot of trades. You take less trades, you'll wait for better quality trades, and they will make you win more. You'll have less stress, but you can't do it overnight. You know, you're taking trades sooner. It's all part of the learning. You take trades, you get trapped, you lose trades. You start to learn when to not take trades. So sometimes, you know, we want to rush and try to get to the end result a little bit quicker, when experience takes time, and you learn not to take certain trades. There was a trade that I saw earlier, said this to me looks like it's a trap. Prices usually do this, and it did exactly what I said. And the only reason I know that is because I got caught in it 100 times. And that comes with... So it's very hard to tell someone how to do this. The only thing you really can do is give them a little bit of guidance and a little bit of support, and the rest kind of has to come with experience. It's only overtrading that you aren't following the rules. Do you have documented rules? Entries and criteria. Just finish rereading Atomic Habits. Yeah, I started on that for a while. He mentions professional athletes, traders, manage how to... Best way to manage boredom, yeah. See, for me, it's just been a time thing. Slowly, you know, we've all heard the saying, if you bang your head against the wall enough times, you realise it hurts. It's exactly the same with trading. Once you take risk after risk after risk, sooner or later, your brain will start to say, this it's just not working. And you slowly start to change your thought process. Now, I thought, out of all the other traders I've seen and I spoke to, I thought I would be the one that struggles the most when it comes to patience. Because patience was always the thing that got me into trouble. I would sit there for 3 hours with the patience of a saint, and when I knew time was running out, I felt the need to jump in. And trust me, whenever you jump in and take a punt, for some reason, it never works. So I thought patience would be my biggest hurdle. But, you know, turn the table around another year, patience is probably one of my biggest strengths at the moment. Because I think I've just realised with so many losses, so much frustration, you realise the only way this really works is if you sit here and wait for a good trade. And unfortunately, when you do that, you will take less trades, but you'll win more. About a month and a half ago, I was watching Wilson trade, watching one of his videos, and he took 5 losses in a row. Now, he's going to have to take probably another 7 more trades just to break even. So all taking losses do, taking overtrading does is creates more losses, which takes longer to get from A to B. So if you cut out the middleman, i.e. the crappy trades, you get a lot smoother ride. But you kind of need to learn that the hard way. You know, kids, little kids, they fall over all the time, don't they? They take risks. They don't see dangers. But when you fall over and you bang your head a few times, you start to realise, you know, we've all seen the signs, don't run in the swimming pool because you slip over, there's water everywhere. And you do that as a kid and you come a cropper a few times, and then you start to realise, you start to walk. And it's the same with trading. Take trades, they're not good ones, you take losses, you learn. So, you know, the easiest thing to do is just to keep doing it, and it will come organically. I absolutely promise you. But it does take time. But the beauty is, if you do that, you've got a very special skill. Very few people have. You know, I think the general consensus is that 95% of people that take up trading never make it as a trader. And I'll tell you something now, what I 100% fully believe in, this isn't a line. It's not because they're capable. It's they think it's easier than it is, and they haven't got the patience to sit here and get put through a load of misery and lose a chunk of money to get to where they want to get. But I assure you, when you get to the stage where you make money, it'll be a job and a skill that you'll have for life. Now, you pick one of your friends and ask those friends, could you walk away from your job tomorrow, travel the world, and come back in 6 months and walk straight back into your job? You can't. Trade you can. I could take whatever days off I want. It doesn't affect my job, my business. No one's going to sack me. I'm not going to be made redundant. This job's going to be, you know, it was here long before I was born. It'll be here long after I've died. You know, you can come and go as you please. Do whatever you want. Take what time off you want. You know, you've got so much choice with trading. Overheads when it comes to a business. I heard someone describe it as the perfect business. You got no overheads. You got no car, no vehicle, no vans, no insurances, no petrol, no tools. Once you've got your computer, that's it. Everyone's got a computer. Everyone's got the internet. I remember Vlad advertising, watching and marking up your trades for a week without taking a single trade. That really helps with patience. I remember Vlad advising, watching and marking up your trades for a week without taking a single trade. That really helps with your patience. Do you know, I remember once, I can't remember what happened. I couldn't open Rhythmic or something. I couldn't trade. So I just sat and watched the market for a day, and I actually really enjoyed it. It kind of removes the pressure, and you kind of, once you take away that pressure, it's surprising what you actually see. But as I say, I always thought patience would be my biggest hurdle to get over. It's strange how you learn about yourself and what you think might struggle with. So what do I think are my weaknesses at the moment? I'm pleased to say that nothing stands to mind. My patience is good. My discipline at the moment is good. Once in a while, I still get that impulsive, let's jump in here, and it backfires on me. But every trader will take a loss. So I wouldn't class that as necessarily a negative. I'd say maybe a bit of lack of maturity in this business. You know, only trading 4.5 years. It's not a great deal of time to be a trader. You know, I'm still learning. Every day is learning. So there's nothing at the moment that frustrates me about the things I do in trading. I'm in a good place at the moment. You know, I've learned to not be too hard on myself. You know, you still make mistakes. It's a tough business, but I'm happy with my progress. Now I've come out the ditch and I'm slowly climbing out. But it does take time. I can't emphasize enough how easy it looks, but how hard it actually is. But, you know, if you think about how much money doctors earn, lawyers earn, they spend years in university. What was your prior job? You said you never went to college. No, when I left school, I went to catering college. So, quick story. When I was 18, I went out with a girl. First girl I ever really fell in love with. I was crazy about her, as we do. And she went off to do a placement in a hotel. And she dumped me. And I got a message. This was just before mobile phones come out. I got a message from a friend that she was finishing with me and was going out with his chef. So I thought about it, and I thought, okay, I can do that. So a couple of days later, I went to college and I signed up to be a chef. I thought, she wants a chef, I'll give her a chef. Gossip time, I know, I'm sorry. So I thought, she wants a chef, she can get a chef. And that's what I did. And I went to college for 2 years and I absolutely loved it, strangely enough. But I did a bunch of different jobs. I had a business for about 5 or 6 years. And that's kind of it, really. But I very nearly moved out the country, actually, when I met my wife. I was a chef at the time. And I applied for a job with a friend of mine working on a British survey team in the Antarctic as a chef. And I'd been down to, I think it was somewhere in the West Midlands. I went for an interview. I am the only cook in the house, yeah. I went for an interview twice, actually. I passed the interview, and I was due to go down to London. It was just before Christmas to get measured out for my winter clothing. And my wife, now wife, which was just a friend, came out to the club with me. I used to work in a nightclub as a DJ. Where's that gone? I had mobile discos for a few years, and I used to work in a local nightclub. And I knew this girl. She was a kind of a friend of a friend, and she came with me, and that was kind of it. Went home together, never went back. So I would have been abroad. So there you go. So yeah, I ended up cooking as a chef in various hotels and restaurants for maybe 10, 12 years. And then obviously when you meet someone, you kind of both adopt certain roles, and being an ex-chef, that was kind of where I was. So I've kind of always done the cooking. But I don't mind. I figure I get to eat what I want then. So I don't mind. Cooking is one of those few jobs where I've never felt like I was working. It always just kind of come natural. You know what? I might have found my new favourite peated whiskey. Before this one, it was the Ardbeg 10. What kidding? Mm-hmm. Last I heard, there was a scandal about sacred geometry. Vlad claimed Mac was doing sacred geometry stuff. Sacred geometry? Where have I had that name for? Sacred geometry. Where have I had that name from, Paul? Sacred geometry. Has he got a strategy or something, has he? Sacred geometry. Back in April 2023. Bloody hell. You should be good at dealing with stress. Think so, wouldn't you? I thrived in a kitchen because I'm quite a wired person. I used to love watching other people panic. But I'm okay with stress if I know what I'm doing. But, I mean, the difference is with something like that, there's stress and there's financial stress, isn't there? Mac made a whole video about it called The Holy Grail of Trade. Ah, okay. He did, didn't he? Now, when was it? It was in the last 12 months for sure. So what was the Holy Grail? It turned out that there is no Holy Grail. That's how it kind of ended, didn't it? Sacred geometry. I'm sure there was a guy in the chat here called Sacred Geometry. You might have to correct me if I'm wrong there. Sacred Geometry. I'm sure there was a guy in the chat. Sacred Geometry. But I remember the conversation that Matt said about the Holy Grail, and it turned in. There wasn't one. There's no Holy Grail. It's a while back, wasn't it? May 2023. It was a while back. Year and a half ago, over a year and a half ago. Market geometry is there for sure, yeah. If any of you guys are still with Macs, now I've had 2 years with Mac. I had a year initially, then I had a break for a bit, then I had another year, and once in a while I'll go back and refresh things. But if any of you guys are still in, can contact Mac, ask him to do a live stream just once. I know he's talking about retiring, but just do a live stream maybe once every 3 months just to answer some questions and just have one of these quick fire questions type thing, you know what I mean? Or even do an hour after he's finished trading. Just, it'd be lovely to hear his opinions when Price is doing this. What does he think's going to happen? What's he looking at? Because I've found Matt kind of keeps everything close to his chest. He doesn't, kind of openly talk about certain things. And, sometimes it's nice to get into the head of, the teacher type thing. So I would love to listen to some general chit chat. So if anybody is still in Mac's forum, drop him a message and just say, would you do it just once? We talk, just tell him we talk on various forums and Discords, and we'd love to have the ability to just have a chat and talk, real time, what you're seeing. No one's on about him doing it full time. He's clearly said he wouldn't do that, but as he's talking about he's retiring relatively soon, shit, I did that again. As he's talking about he's retiring relatively soon, it'd be really nice to sort of, get some live comments from him, just to get a few opinions and just to hear his thought process. So, looking on the daily, does look like we may be coming down to retest something here. Froze up again. Charts froze again. What's that one like? That one looks okay. Okay, so what I will say is we are making lower highs. So generally at the moment we're going down. Now there is a second entry short there. Trouble is we're bottoming out here, so there's something about this that just says don't do it. This may go a little bit sideways. It hasn't triggered anyway, fortunately. Channel down. I mean, the setup's not too bad, but the context is telling me we may have found a bottom here, at least temporarily. We bounced here. We may have bounced again. Now, I tell you something for now. When we came back and filled that gap on the daily, which is still froze for some reason. I can delete it. We came back and filled that gap and we had a strong bounce. So once this comes down so far, if you're trading this up, you don't know whether people are going to add on at certain points. So it's a bit hard to say here, but we've bounced once and bounced a second time. So my thought process isn't going short there. It never triggered anyway, fortunately. For some reason my my computer doesn't like having 3 charts up. If anybody's got any ideas why, let me know. I'm assuming we had this discussion about my PC the other day and it seemed to be pretty well up to date. As soon as I change from a 1,000-tick chart to a daily on my 3rd chart, it seems to freeze. I'm not sure whether this is going a little bit sideways. I wouldn't take a short like that because okay. Yeah, someone was looking for a short and Dan just said I wouldn't take a short. Yeah, I wouldn't. It's too kind of low towards this. This looks like it may be ranging for a while. We're certainly coming down at the moment, but so what I'll say is every time we have these swings, they're progressively lower. So let's see how this works up here. See if this still continues down. This to me looks more, we got this move down, one attempt to go higher, second attempt to go higher. You know, what I'm seeing now, it still looks to me like this is going to continue down. Okay, channel, possible overshoot. Hard to say, really. I mean, we've had this move down. We've had one attempt to go higher. Second attempt. This for me is just a little bit, a couple of legs down. So interesting to see how it reacts here. There is an overshoot. There's a big selling bar there. I never jump in at this first one. I mean, the possibility is to come down. I'd rather wait for a lower high though. So it depends how you've got this, but initially we had that. We got a break. Attempted a new low, but we've also had two pushes up, so it could be a leg down, two pushes up followed by a leg down. Interesting to see if there's any sellers around here. So channel with a break new high. Looking for some possible selling around here. Just looking on that 1,000-tick chart. We've got a channel here. We've got a few attempts to push higher here. This thing could potentially fail. Move down, one attempt. It could be just two legs up that. So if this thing fails, it could come right down. So it'd be interesting to keep an eye on this. Trouble is, it's still very sideways, and it could catch you out. Very tempting to short this, but I'm going to hold on, because it is, although it's looking like it could come down, it's still choppy, so it could backfire. With the new PA accounts, do you trade them aggressively or try to trade them close to payouts? Yeah, I just trade them normally, but just it's only the one account. I tried to squeeze it a little bit over the last couple of days. It's got to 900 now, and I'll just lock it away with the rest. So I think the best way to do is trade them all together. The trouble is, if you start to pick them individually, you tend to take more risk. If you trade them as a package, you trade them, I think, how you probably should, very carefully. So I just trade, the kind of normal way I do. So, channel break new high. Let's see if we get any rejection here. It doesn't look like we're going to, does it? Mm. Yeah, she's better now. She's 16 at the moment, so she's growing up. She's getting better. I think just the fact that she's growing up. It's been difficult though. We've been sat in a room late at night and she's been physically shaking, worrying about going to sleep in case she doesn't wake up. I think COVID started a lot of it. The trouble is, adults, we knew what was going on, but kids were told you can't go near your grandparents for obvious reasons. You can't go to school. It's not safe to go out. There was, you couldn't really avoid the news. And I think that caused a lot of it. And you know what it's like when if you got kids, you wean your kids off you from an early age, don't you? They go to nursery and school, and then all of a sudden, the world's not safe. There's this big pandemic that's affected everyone. People are dying all over the world. You got to stay at home, and your kids kind of get locked to you. So I think that didn't help a lot of it. But the frustrating thing is to get any type of medical help, as in medication for it, over here, she has to go through a department called BU or BEU, I think it is. So a normal doctor can't give us. So if me or you suffered with any type of anxiety, we could go to the doctor and he could prescribe something. You can't do that with kids. So because of COVID created so much of this, there was a 3-year waiting list. So they're kind of suffering in silence, which is just horrendous. But I think just, You know, if you've ever suffered with any type of anxiety, I think eventually you realise, you know, the panic attacks don't necessarily do you any harm. And I think she's just kind of growing out of it a bit. But thanks for asking. I think she's just getting a bit older and she's grown out. She still gets a bit anxious from time to time, but not like she used to. It is hard that you know, as parents, you want to help your kids, but your hands are tied to a degree. It's crazy. Crazy. What is going on here? It's not been the easiest day to trade today. Have I taken anything? I took the one earlier. Nothing, have I? I think I'm done. Yeah, me too. But I was just thinking the same thing. I've done a long day today. 4 hours, 50 minutes. Yeah, I'm done as well. So I appreciate your company for the day. So hopefully you've had a green day or at least stayed out the red. So another day tomorrow, Friday. So I'll be back then. If you're carrying on trading, best of luck to you. Failing that, have a good evening, stay safe, and we'll catch up tomorrow. Bye for now.